Chapter 961. Regret? Han Yunxi's first reaction was to shake her head. She had made this decision at the three-way black market and had persisted until now. Although it seemed like a wrong decision now, she did not regret it. She did not want to regret it. When she first learned about Long Fei Ye's childhood, she made this decision. She only had one thought, and that was to stand side by side with Long Fei Yi, hand in hand, and be together openly. This man's literary and military skills were unparalleled. This man's lofty ambitions were also unparalleled. This man had suffered unimaginable hardships as he grew up. She loved him, respected him, and felt sorry for him. This kind of person should not be bound by hatred. He should not live for East Qin, he should live for himself. Whether it was his ideals or his ambitions, he had the right to go further and fly higher. She did not want the hatred between East and West Qin to drag him down. She did not want him to give in again and again because of her. She wanted to be his support, not his stumbling block. In the current situation, the battle at 100 Poisons sect was their best opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, she did not know how long they would have to wait. Perhaps after leaving 100 Poisons sect, they would have to go their separate ways. Seeing Han Yunxi shake her head, Long Fei Yi seemed to feel that it was not enough. He looked at Han Yunxi and asked seriously, "Answer me." Han Yunxi threw caution to the wind and said loudly, "I won't regret it. East and West Qin have no grudges. There will never be hatred between us." Wasn't that what Long Fei Yi had been waiting for? He pulled Han Yunxi into his arms and hugged her tightly before letting go. As long as she did not regret it, it was enough. What kind of mess could he not clean up after her? Now that Gu Beiwei had returned, even Bai Yanqing could not stir up the world that he was determined to conquer. Long Fei Yi said, "We don't need the truth, we just need an opportunity to cooperate. The world is full of people, and everyone has their own opinions about what is right and wrong. Even if Bai Yanqing shows up and exposes everything we did today, so what? Not everyone in the world would believe what he said." After Long Fei Yi finished speaking, he turned around and instructed the Shadow Guard, "Pass down the order. Spread the news that Bai Yanqing escaped by faking his death after being stabbed in the heart." As soon as Long Fei Yi said this, Gu Beiwei, who had been tense all this time, suddenly relaxed and smiled. In the end, he was still inferior to Long Fei when it came to scheming. Long Fei Ye's preemptive strike had caught Bai Yanqing off guard. If they waited until Bai Yanqing showed up to explain everything that had happened today, the world would definitely not believe them. However, if they made the first move and released the news that Bai Yanqing had faked his death, the public would still support them more when Bai Yanqing appeared again. Moreover, Long Fei's declaration of the sword in the heart won't die would probably shake all of Cloud Realm continent. Bai Yanqing's background as a descendant of the Poison sect would definitely make the world think of the legendary Poison Gu humans. The Poison sect was already viewed as a public enemy when they researched the secret recipes for Poison Gu humans, much less Bai Yanqing. No matter whether he was really a Poison Gu human or not, the world would dread him and view him as an enemy. No one would believe him so easily. Han Yunxi's heart also settled back into her chest. She had to admit that Long Fei Ye's move was ruthless and ruthless. She could already imagine how much Cloud Realm continent would stir up once the news got out. As the Poison Sect's sect head, she had to fan the flames a bit. Send orders to the Poison sect to remove Bai Yanqing from the list of direct descendants, Han Yunxi instructed. The guard hesitated before asking, "Princess, that's all?" "That's all. There's no need to say anything else. Leave it to the world to guess." Han Yunxi's gloomy mood suddenly brightened. Now it looked like she didn't need to bear the crime of patricide. Bai Yanqing and she were both direct descendants of the Poison sect, so naturally there would be people who would suspect their relationship. If she used her status as sect head to remove Bai Yanqing's name now, she could prevent Bai Yanqing's notoriety from affecting the Poison sect that had just been rehabilitated. Secondly, if Bai Yanqing came to acknowledge his daughter, she could interrogate him properly. If necessary, she didn't mind placing righteousness before family and cutting ties with Bai Yanqing in front of the world. Your Highness, Princess, the most important thing right now is to stabilize the D clan and find a way to neutralize the poison goo humans. Since there's a secret art to nurture them, there must be a secret art to neutralize it. Gu Beiyue said seriously. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi both agreed on these points. After weighing the pros and cons, finding a way to neutralize the poison goo humans was even more urgent than stabilizing the D clan. Before, they hadn't known that Bai Yanqing was a poison goo human, so they hadn't sensed the threat. Now that they knew the truth, they still felt lingering fear. In truth, even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing must have hidden his true strength, because he had his own misgivings and didn't want to become public enemy number one. Everyone in this world yearned to be immortal and live forever. But who wouldn't be afraid when an unkillable monster like that appeared? Who wouldn't want to destroy such a monster? Even the major factions would do everything in their power to destroy it if they couldn't control it. A monster like this not only threatened the safety of the common people, but also the rule of the various major factions. As for the D clan, let's have Kangon Private Bank put some pressure on them first. Long Feiyi said. Although the myriad merchant hall elders didn't know that Kangon Private Bank belonged to Long Feiyi's faction, they all knew that it had close ties with Han Yunxi. As long as Kangon Private Bank put pressure on the auction houses, the myriad merchant hall elders would understand that Han Yunxi was planning to make a move against the D clan's treasury. They only had two choices. Help Han Yunxi convince Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and the Ning clan troops, or join forces with the Consortium and the Ning clan troops to resist Han Yunxi. There were many factions within the D clan as well. If they wanted to control them, they had to sound them out first before making any plans. All right, Han Yunxi nodded. She wanted to test the strength of the D clan's support for peace. There was still no news of Ning Qing being kidnapped by Bai Yuqiao. If Ning Qing was here, things would be much simpler. The most direct and effective way to control the D clan was through Ning Qing. Actually, she didn't have such a strong desire for control. Instead, she hoped that Ning Qing could set aside his years of obsession and join forces with Long Feiyi to deal with the Wind clan. Back then, Ning Qing had abandoned commerce for the army and started as a small soldier. It hadn't been easy for him to build such a large army. The D clan was a family of merchants who had been doing business for generations. What they needed most was peace and prosperity. Han Yunxi had always thought that if Ning Qing hadn't joined the army and the D clan hadn't put so much thought into military affairs, perhaps Kangon Private Bank wouldn't be Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's biggest bank today. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's businesses wouldn't have been destroyed so easily by Long Feiyi, either. The fatal flaw of the Ning clan troops was that Ning Qing had been getting very little money from the national treasury over the years. He was using Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to support the Ning clan troop. As long as Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's finances were in trouble, the entire D clan would be in trouble as well. Although Long Fei was a rich man, the Bailey Navy had been raised by the Tianning Imperial Court. Moreover, they'd continued to do so until Tianning fell into civil strife and Emperor Tianhui fell from power. Meanwhile, Long Fei rarely supported the troops in the south with their salaries. Most of them were raised by the powerful families and financial groups of the south. Long Feiyi had the ability to balance out the checks and balances between the aristocratic families and financial groups, so he didn't have to submit to anyone's whims. Even if the Bailey army was dissatisfied with Long Feiyi, the aristocratic families and financial groups of the south would still support Long Feiyi. The only problem between the aristocratic families and Long Feiyi now lay with her. Still, it wasn't to the point of falling out. Last time, when she'd met with difficulties at the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, the aristocratic family heads had only targeted her. They didn't dare to touch Long Fei. The southern families and financial groups simply wanted to marry off their daughters to Long Fei, but that was still a long way off. At the very least, they still had to rely on Long Fei to conquer the world and rely on the Long Fei to provide them with all sorts of favorable conditions. They didn't dare to challenge Long Fei yet. If the Bailey army rebelled, Long Fei still had the southern armies. The Bai clan would cling to the grudges between eastern and western Qin, but the aristocratic families and financial groups of the south wouldn't. What they wanted was tangible benefits. Compared to Long Fei, Ning Qing lost because he didn't spread out the risk. The D clan had succeeded because of wealth, so it was likely that they'd lose because of it too. They didn't even need to use a single soldier to keep the D clan in check. All they needed to do was keep Myriad Merchant Hall in check. They'd probe the D clan first, while putting the poison goo humans at the top of their list. But that wasn't an easy task. How were they supposed to understand a monster like that? Let's take a trip to the poison sect's forbidden grounds, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Han Yunxi thought for a moment before she suddenly exclaimed, "The poison sect's sacrificial altar, the wordless steel." Back in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, she'd accidentally stumbled upon the poison sect's sacrificial altar and seen an ancient and mysterious wordless steel. Later on, she'd dreamed of that place. In her dreams, she'd seen words appear on the steel, which recorded the cultivation methods of the poison storage space. But there were so many words that she couldn't read them all. She only remembered that there were 3 levels to the poison storage space, and how to cultivate them. Would there be an introduction to the poison goo humans on the steel? Or perhaps some other secret of the poison sect? Or perhaps they could find some clues from the sacrificial altar? Han Yunxi didn't believe that Bai Yanqing had created the poison goo human secret on his own. He must have discovered something in the poison sect's forbidden grounds and obtained some sort of inheritance. Han Yunxi told Long Fei and Gu Beiyue about this. Long Fei immediately decided, "We'll head to the poison sect's forbidden grounds immediately." Gu Beiyue nodded. It was about time for him to make a trip back to Medical City. "I'm afraid the little thing is still with Bai Yanqing," Han Yunxi sighed. "It would have been better if she hadn't brought it up, but now that she did, she missed the little fellow dearly." Gu Beiyue's gaze softened. He missed it too. That day, Han Yunxi met with Shi Jiuxia and arranged for a few poison guards and mercenaries to be stationed at 100 Poison's sect. At the same time, she inquired about Bai Yuqiao's whereabouts. Shi Jiuxia had received Bai Yuqiao's letter, but it didn't reveal her whereabouts. Han Yunxi gave Shi Jiuxia a year's time to reform 100 Poison's sect and give up on the trade of poisons. She told him to think of a way out for 100 Poison's sect himself. She also said that if 100 Poison's sect didn't turn over a new leaf after a year, she would disband it. After settling matters with 100 Poison's sect, Han Yunxi and the others set off for Medical City in secret. Before Long Fei boarded the carriage, he gave them 3 secret orders. Chapter 962. Long Fei's 3 secret orders were as follows: warn Gu that he would suffer the consequences if he didn't come to see him, order Bailey Mingxiang to change their route and wait in Medical City, keep a close eye on all the routes from 100 Poison's sect to Northernly, in case Bai Yanqing went north to seek refuge with Jun Yixie. Medical City was northeast of 100 Poison's sect, and was where 100 Poison's sect would pass on their way to the Land of 3 Roads. Long Fei had been very cautious this time. Bai Yanqing had an undying body. If he wanted to take revenge, Long Fei wouldn't be able to deal with him, no matter how strong his martial arts were. Thus, Long Fei eliminated 5 teams of Shadow Guard and disguised them as 100 Poison's sect's members, heading in different directions. Meanwhile, he, Han Yunxi, and Gu Beiyue only took a few poison guards with them. They entered the deep mountains and forests of Western Zhou's eastern region and secretly headed for the poison sect. At the very least, their mission at 100 Poison's sect had been a success. Disregarding everything else, discovering Bai Yanqing's undying body was their greatest reward. It was hard to imagine what would have happened if they hadn't known about Bai Yanqing's secret. Bai Yanqing must have never imagined that Long Fei Yi would purposely go down the abyss after kicking his corpse into it. At this very moment, Bai Yanqing was heading west. He had no intention of going to Northernly to seek refuge with Jun Yixie. West? Where was he going? Only he himself knew. After Long Fei Ye's group left, news that Bai Yanqing was a poison goo human spread quickly. Emperor Kongqing and Long Tianma were still in Great Central County when they heard the news. Even Mu Qingwu was scared out of his wits, to say nothing of the two of them. Poison goo human? How is that possible? Emperor Kongqing had been restless all afternoon. Long Tianma was silent, but his expression wasn't any better. Long Tianma didn't say anything. As a subordinate, Mu Qingwu couldn't be too unruly in front of outsiders. He was also silent. Emperor Kongqing had just sat down when he stood up again. Could this be a scheme by Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi? Tell me, how is this possible? Wasn't the poison sect destroyed by Medical City back then? They have no reason to make up such a rumor, Long Tianma said lightly. What are you afraid of? Bai Yanqing has no enmity with you or me. Even if the sky collapses, we still have Eastern, Western Qin, and Northern Li to support us. Emperor Kongqing disagreed with Long Tianma's opinion. You can't say that. If Bai Yanqing really is a poison goo human, then wouldn't the world be his sooner or later? A poison corpse was enough to fight against dozens of soldiers. Wouldn't a poison goo human be even more so? If Eastern, Western Qin, and Northern Li are destroyed, we won't be able to protect them either. Let's just wait and see. In truth, Long Tianma was also somewhat apprehensive. At this point, he no longer had much ambition. He only wanted to protect his little piece of land in Tianan, avoid war, and live in a corner. He'd only recently discovered that General Mu's ambitions weren't small. However, he still didn't understand why General Mu wanted to make such a big deal out of Hundred Poisons sect. This morning, Emperor Kongqing had probed him many times, but he'd only brushed him off half-heartedly. In the end, Emperor Kongqing hadn't brought up the matter until news of the poison goo human arrived. It's getting late. We must take our leave. Long Tianma rose to his feet. Emperor Kongqing didn't linger. After saying a few words of farewell, he walked Long Tianma to his residence. Long Tianma was about to board his carriage when he suddenly remembered something. He smiled. Since Western Zhou and Tian are going to advance and retreat together, why don't we continue our marriage ties? Emperor Kongqing was overjoyed. Long Tianma only had one empress and no children. When he said marriage ties, he meant that he wanted Western Zhou's princess to be married off to Tian and excellent. Excellent. Emperor Kongqing nodded with a smile. Having a princess in Tian would serve as an informant. At the same time, it would strengthen the relationship between the two countries. Western Zhou's emperor used to be full of ambition, but after experiencing so many battles, especially against the imperial clans of Eastern and Western Qin, he'd long since retreated. His thoughts were the same as Long Tianma's. He wanted to live in seclusion and have the country prosper. Western Zhou and Tian were separated by the forces of Eastern and Western Qin. Neither Western Zhou nor Tian could surpass the forces of Eastern and Western Qin and face them head-on. Since there was no direct conflict between the two countries, marriage ties were the best way to stabilize their relationship. Western Zhou's princess married off to Tian wouldn't be ostracized or guarded against. Emperor Kongqing wasn't an easy person to deal with. He'd inquired about the situation of Tian's empress, Mu Luiyue. Now that he heard Long Tianma's suggestion, he could more or less sniff out the secret struggle between Long Tianma and General Mu's estate. He was certain that Western Zhou's princess would be favored by Tianan. She might even give birth to Tian's first heir. Emperor Kong Qing immediately agreed and promised to marry Western Zhou's Princess De He to Long Tianma as his consort. Princess De He's full name was Duanmu Jin. She had just turned 16 and was the daughter of an imperial concubine. She was the youngest princess of Western Zhou, and the daughter Emperor Kong Qing doted on the most after Duanmu Yao. A few years ago, Emperor Kong Qing had been waiting for Duanmu Jin to come of age, so that he could marry her off to Chu Tianyin to keep the Chu clan in check. He hadn't expected the Chu clan to rebel so quickly. It was rumored that before Duanmu Yao was expelled from the imperial clan, she'd suppressed Duanmu Jin quite a bit. Now that Duanmu Yao and the Empress were both in trouble, the little princess had become Emperor Kong Qing's favorite. Long Tianma didn't know who Duanmu Jin was, much less what she looked like. He didn't care about any of that. When he returned to the palace this time, he was going to face the selection of consorts. He needed a noble consort who could suppress Mu Luiyue. Since General Mu wanted to cooperate with Western Zhou, a Western Zhou princess was the perfect candidate. Long Tianma and Emperor Kong Qing's meeting went smoothly. Both of them were delighted and exchanged a few more words in low voices before parting. Mu Qingwu stood behind Long Tianma. His heart was heavy as he listened to the marriage proposal. Luiyue had already caused quite a ruckus in the palace because of the selection. He didn't even dare to report it. If news of the marriage proposal got back, heaven knows what kind of chaos would ensue in Tian's harem. Mu Qingwu suddenly didn't want to go back, but he had to escort Long Tianma back and ask his father about certain things. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi left, as did Emperor Kong Qing and Long Tianma. Everyone else left as well. In less than 3 days, news of Bai Yanqing being a poison goo human spread throughout Cloud Realm continent, leaving everyone in a state of panic. Many of the great clans wrote a joint letter requesting a clear explanation from Medical City. The Medical Academy and the Poison Sect issued a joint statement admitting to the matter and expelling Bai Yanqing from the Poison Sect. Jun Yixie soon learned of the news as well. The secret missive in his hand fell to the ground as he fell to his knees. His master had chosen to return to the 100 Poisons sect instead of coming to Sky River to find him, which was already a disappointment. He never expected Bai Yanqing to tell him the truth about the Great Qin Empire, or that Bai Yanqing had already turned him into a poison goo human. He had studied poisons with Bai Yanqing and asked him more than once about the poison sect's poison goo human secret art. Every time, Bai Yanqing's reply was, "I don't know." Just what was Bai Yanqing planning to do by hiding it so deeply? He'd called Bai Yanqing master for so many years, but Bai Yanqing had no feelings for him at all. Poison goo human. What a poison goo human. Very good, very good. As he muttered to himself, he suddenly raised his head and roared, "Bai Yanqing, you lied to me." The resentment in his heart finally exploded. Jun Yixie was so angry that his eyes turned red. "Bai Yanqing, my black clan will break all ties with you. We're irreconcilable." Jun Yixie spent an entire night calming himself down and convincing himself to forget about their master and disciple relationship. No matter what Bai Yanqing wanted to do, they would be enemies if they ever met again. At daybreak, Jun Yixie went to find Ning Qing. After all, he had more important matters to attend to. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi had reconciled, but how could Eastern and Western Qin still be allies? It was as if they had become a family. He'd like to ask Ning Qing what he thought of the matter. When Long Tianma came over, Ning Qing had just woken up. There were wine jars all over the floor and the air was still filled with the smell of alcohol. Of course, those wine jars were military wine and not the ones Bai Yuqiao bought. "What's the matter? Trying to drown your sorrows with alcohol?" Jun Yixie asked sarcastically. "You, the princess of Western Qin, can finally be together with Long Feiyi. Ning Qing, you're done for." Ning Qing raised his head and looked at him. He was drunk and despondent. He sneered, haven't I been done for a long time? Jun Yixie suddenly grabbed him by the collar and said angrily, "Ning Qing, you said that the world is mine and Han Yunxi is yours. You better get your act together. You want 30,000 war horses, right? I'll give them to you right now." Ning Cheng's dejected eyes flashed, but he still pretended to be dispirited. He pulled Jun Yixie's hand away, turned around, and fell from the warm couch to the ground. He pointed at Jun Yixie and laughed drunkenly. "Okay, it's settled then. The world is Long Fei Ye's and Han Yunxi's. Han Yunxi's and Long Fei Ye's. Long Fei Ye's." Jun Yixie was already furious. When he heard this, he became even angrier. He brought a basin of cold water and poured it on Ning Cheng's head without hesitation. Then, he smashed the metal plate on his face. "Ning Cheng, wake up! Wake up right now!" Ning Cheng rubbed his temples, looking as if he had just woken up. He glanced at Jun Yixie and walked out without saying a word. "Stop right there," Jun Yixie said coldly. Ning Cheng kept walking forward. These days, he and Jun Yixie were in a deadlock. Jun Yixie didn't give him any war horses, and he didn't give Jun Yixie any military pay. "Ning Cheng, write a letter to Myriad Merchant Hall immediately and have the Ning clan army prepare. I'll give you the 30,000 war horses of Sky River City," Jun Yixie said generously. Jun Yixie had just said these words. Ning Cheng had been putting on an act all this time to completely dispel his doubts. Jun Yixie didn't immediately bring up the matter of military pay. In other words, Jun Yixie had accepted his previous condition. He would only provide military pay if the war horses were successfully controlled by the Ning clan army. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. Okay. Ning Cheng didn't look back, nor was he happy. Instead, he had a complicated expression. He hadn't been drunk last night. Instead, he had been thinking all night about who he should write to in the D clan. This letter was very difficult to write. Jun Yixie would definitely keep an eye on it. He pondered for a while and finally thought of someone. This person was. Chapter 963. The person Ning Cheng was thinking of was none other than Myriad Merchant Hall's fifth elder. Unlike the other elders, Fifth Elder was absolutely loyal and obedient to Western Qin's imperial clan. Ning Cheng couldn't guarantee what the letter would do once it reached Fifth Elder's hands, but he believed it would be better in his hands than in anyone else's. At the very least, Fifth Elder wouldn't be too rash and impulsive. That way they could buy some more time. As long as Bai Yuqiao's banknotes reached Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders, everything would be easy to handle. Under Jun Yixie's watchful gaze, Ning Cheng quickly picked up his brush. Every word of the letter was difficult to write. Under Jun Yixie's scrutiny, he couldn't reveal the truth of his imprisonment here, nor could he order the D clan to remain loyal to Western Qin and fully cooperate with Han Yunxi. At the same time, he had to create a false impression for Jun Yixie to see so that Jun Yixie would believe. He wanted to pit the D clan against Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi. The three main powers of the D clan, Myriad Merchant Hall, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, and the military, were all under his control. He knew the Council of Elders and his deputy generals very well. Leaving aside the fact that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had killed Bai Yanqing first, then cleared up the misunderstanding between Eastern and Western Qin, it wasn't entirely convincing. Even if Bai Yanqing claimed in front of the world that the Wind and Black clans were the ones who instigated the civil war in the Great Qin Empire, none of the D clan elders would believe him. They wouldn't want to. They were just as stubborn when it came to vengeance as he was. In truth, if he had not heard Jun Yixie tell him the truth, he would not have believed Han Yunxi and Long Fei Ye's suspicions about the civil war in Great Qin. Moreover, these old men were all senior members of the D clan. Their loyalty to the D clan was far greater than their loyalty to the Western Qin royal family. They more or less had their own selfish motive. They hoped that the D clan could become a great contributor to the restoration of the Western Qin Empire. They hoped that the D clan could become the most powerful force in the Western Qin Empire. They even hoped that the D clan could marry into the royal family in order to preserve their status and power. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi have reconciled in public. The D clan's Elders Association must be worried that the D clan will be reduced to Long Feiyi's subordinates. In any case, they must rebel. Under such circumstances, if Myriad Merchant Hall hadn't received his banknotes, they wouldn't know the truth. Then, once Jun Yixie's 30,000 warhorses fell into their hands, they would definitely throw caution to the wind and start a war without caring about the consequences. Ning Qing held the brush. After thinking for a while, he wrote a line of words: receive 30,000 warhorses from the Milky Way. Wait for orders. Prepare 500 million soldiers pay at Prosperous Heaven Bank, Northernly Branch. Wait for orders. This was the leeway Ning Qing left for himself and the D clan. It was also his greatest effort for Han Yunxi's sake. The matter of the soldiers' pay was to put Jun Yixie's mind at ease. Even if 500 million soldiers' pay was sent to Prosperous Heaven Bank's Northernly Branch, no one would be able to claim it without his appearance. 500 million? Jun Yixie asked with a raised brow. They had agreed on 1 billion. Once the warhorses arrive, pay 500 million up front. It's enough for you. Our cooperation won't be short. Why are you in such a hurry? Ning Qing asked in return. Indeed, 500 million was enough for Jun Yixie to turn things around. It wasn't easy to see Ning Qing use the soldiers' pay, so he didn't ask for more. Ning Qing put the letter into an envelope. The recipient was Ning Qing, and he decisively wrote Fifth Elder. Jun Yixie took the letter away, leaving behind a sentence: I'll wait for your soldiers' pay. Seeing Jun Yixie walk away, Ning Qing wiped his face a few times with both hands to wake himself up. Reconcile. He chuckled and muttered to himself, Han Yunxi, whether you and I are friends or foes will depend on heaven's will. If his banknotes reached the D clan before the warhorses, he could be considered to have truly joined forces with Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. If the warhorses reached the D clan before the banknotes, once the D clan rebelled, he would never be able to clear his name. Ning Qing stood at the door for a while. Bai Yuqiao hurriedly ran over. Ning Qing, quickly follow me to the prison cell. Hurry! Bai Yuqiao was burning with anxiety. Ning Qing lazily glanced at her and turned to enter the room. Bai Yuqiao grabbed him. Someone's about to die. Ning Qing's eyes turned cold. He was about to push him away when Bai Yuqiao said, Su Xiaoyu's about to die. You should go and persuade her. Who knows, you might be able to persuade her. Su Xiaoyu? Ning Qing was shocked, but he still pushed Bai Yuqiao's hand away. Ning Qing was still on guard, wondering if this was a trap. Jun Yixie and Bai Yuqiao teamed up to test him. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqiao said, Ning Qing, Su Xiaoyu is Han Yunxi's most beloved maidservant. If you want to save her life, Han Yunxi will definitely be grateful to you. Han Yunxi will have a good impression of you. You should quickly go and persuade her. She won't even drink her medicine. With Bai Yuqiao's reason, Ning Qing naturally strode over. Bai Yuqiao immediately followed and briefly explained the situation to Ning Qing. In summary, Su Xiaoyu was sick. She hadn't taken her medicine, and now her life was in danger. When they reached the prison cell door, Bai Yuqiao stopped and said, I won't go in. You go in yourself. You can lie to her or coax her, but she will at least believe you. Ning Qing walked into the prison cell. When he saw Su Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but gasp. Su Xiaoyu was no longer hanging on the torture rack, but placed on the stone bed. Her clothes were torn and her hair was disheveled. Her originally thin body was now completely skin and bones. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. Even though she was terminally ill, her entire body was still tense. It wasn't clear whether she was nervous or on guard. Her palm-sized face was so pale that it didn't have a trace of blood, but her expression was still stubborn and unyielding. Even someone as heartless as Ning Qing felt his heart ache when he saw her. He thought that if that woman, Han Yunxi, saw this child like this, her heart would definitely ache. Ning Qing suddenly realized that in the huge Sky River horse farm there were so many people, but only this little girl was on the same side as him. Was it because she didn't want to reveal anything and didn't want to become a hostage, so she wanted to die? If there came a day when he couldn't do his best and could only be manipulated by Jun Yixie, would Su Xiaoyu's current situation be his tomorrow? After Ning Qing confirmed that there was no one around, he bent down. He had never been so gentle in his life. He carefully lifted the hair covering Su Xiaoyu's face and whispered, "Little girl, accompany me for a while. If we die, Big Brother will die with you." Su Xiaoyu didn't move, but Ning Qing clearly noticed that her long eyelashes were trembling. He lowered his voice, "My name is Ning Qing, the leader of the D clan." When he said this, Su Xiaoyu immediately opened her eyes. Although she was kidnapped all the way to Sky River City, she didn't have the chance to meet Ning Qing. But she knew that Ning Qing was kidnapped like her. Previously in the Black Tower, she also heard the Shadow Guard talk about Ning Qing. This guy was a loyal follower of the Western Qin royal family, but also an enemy of Long Fei Yi. "Little, don't call yourself Big Brother, I don't know you." Even if she was so weak that she only had one breath left, Su Xiaoyu's mouth was still so stubborn and sharp. Ning Qing smiled, "At least you're willing to talk to me." Su Xiaoyu quickly noticed Ning Qing's phoenix feather mask. She only felt that the pattern was very familiar, but she couldn't tell where she had seen it. This is phoenix feather? Even speaking was very laborious. She had seen phoenix feather a long time ago. When Chu Tianyin asked her to infiltrate Han Yunxi's side to see if Han Yunxi had a phoenix feather birthmark, he had given her the pattern. Of course, Su Xiaoyu didn't remember these things, but she knew that the Western Qin princess had a phoenix feather birthmark on her back. "Yes," Ning Qing admitted. "Your eyes. What happened?" Su Xiaoyu asked. "I saw something I shouldn't have, so I went blind." Ning Qing actually laughed. Su Xiaoyu was confused, but she didn't have the strength to pursue the matter. She asked, They sent you?" Ning Qing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl was really mature and smart. Compared to those adult servant girls, she was several times better. "Yes, they sent me to persuade you to take the medicine," Ning Qing admitted again. Su Xiaoyu laughed. In fact, she didn't have the strength to laugh, but her expression was smiling. She asked, You, based on what?" Ning Qing didn't shy away from answering loudly, "Based on the fact that I like your mistress." He suddenly leaned over to Su Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, "Live for another month. If I can't save you, I'll die with you." After Ning Qing finished speaking, he immediately retreated and stood up. Su Xiaoyu only then realized how tall and imposing this man was. She looked at him and actually nodded without anyone noticing. 1 month, no harm. After Ning Qing came out, Bai Yuqiao hurriedly asked, "How was it?" I coaxed her that I would save her and curry favor with Han Yunxi. She believed me, Ning Qing said indifferently. When he was about to leave, he stopped and said, "Remember to give her to me when you're done with the interrogation. Han Yunxi will definitely like such a gift." It had to be said that Ning Qing's acting was very good. Bai Yuqiao didn't think too much about it. He instructed the soldiers to boil the medicine and personally brought the nurse in to perform the acupuncture. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were wide open and she didn't move. Bai Yuqiao didn't say much to her and just stood at the side and watched. After the nurse took her pulse, she asked Su Xiaoyu to take off her clothes and lay on the stone bed. Su Xiaoyu was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. She didn't move at all. There weren't many maidservants in the army, especially in this place. Bai Yuqiao could only do it himself. She nimbly took off her clothes and flipped her body over. However, she was stunned when she flipped her body over. The nurse began to perform acupuncture on Su Xiaoyu's back. Su Xiaoyu had already closed her eyes. With just a slight movement, she felt that all her strength had been sucked away. She really wanted to sleep. The nurse quickly realized that something was wrong and cried out in alarm, "Not good!" The nurse hurriedly turned Su Xiaoyu over and desperately pinched her philtrum point. "Child, you can't sleep. You can't sleep. Child, wake up." Bai Yuqiao regained her senses and suddenly panicked. What's wrong with her? If she continues to sleep, she will never wake up. Is the medicine ready? If not, bring some sweet soup over first. Hurry! The nurse was extremely anxious. She repeatedly pinched Su Xiaoyu's philtrum a few times and checked her eyelid. This kind of emergency treatment wasn't actually the first time, but this time, Bai Yuqiao's entire face was pale. She stood in the same place, not knowing what to do. Her bean-sized eyes kept rolling down. What's wrong with her? Chapter 964. The female doctor was trying to save Su Xiaoyu, but Bai Yuqiao had lost her usual ability and agility as she moved like the wind. She stood by the side at a loss as bean-sized teardrops kept falling down, and unknowingly, she had already cried till she was in a complete mess. Not knowing how long had passed, the female doctor once again pulled Su Xiaoyu back from the brink of death. Actually, this round Su Xiaoyu was in an extremely dangerous situation, but luckily she didn't resist like the previous few times but was much more obedient, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to be saved. After ascertaining that Su Xiaoyu's life wasn't in any danger, the female doctor then looked towards Bai Yuqiao and was shocked to discover that Bai Yuqiao was in tears. "Young Miss Bai Yu, what's wrong?" the female doctor asked timidly. Bai Yuqiao seemed to have gone crazy as she grabbed the female doctor's collar and questioned, "Is she all right? I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, you can forget about living." The female doctor was scared and aggrieved. "Young Miss Bai, How is she? Tell me." Bai Yuqiao roared angrily. She's not, her life is no longer in danger, but her illness is still very serious, and her body is also very weak. She needs to be treated slowly nurtured." The female doctor's voice was trembling. She had been in contact with Bai Yuqiao for so long, but she had never seen Bai Yuqiao in such a state, as though she had lost her mind. "Then why are you still in a daze for? Hurry up and treat her." Bai Yuqiao pushed the female doctor aside as she looked left and right in a fluster, not daring to look at Su Xiaoyu. After some time she then said, This lass is very important. She must be treated well and nurtured well. Whatever medicinal herbs you need, just tell me." After Bai Yuqiao said that, she ran towards the door, and it was until she saw a group of patrolling soldiers walking past the door when she abruptly stopped in her tracks and turned her back to them. It was only then that she calmed down a little. She wiped away the tears on her face and carefully walked into the prison cell. She did not disturb the female doctor. She stood in the dark and quietly watched the female doctor perform acupuncture on Su Xiaoyu. She really wanted to walk over and take a closer look at the tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back, but she didn't dare to. She was brought back by her master from the City of Daughters. She didn't know who her parents were, but she had a younger sister. Other than this, her master didn't tell her anything else. However, she had long been secretly investigating this matter. She had searched through the entire 100 Poisons sect and the entire Great Central County before finally finding the granny who had raised her all those years ago. It was a pity that the nanny didn't know much. The granny said that she had a jade rui tattoo on her back, but it was incomplete, only half of it. The granny speculated that if she had a younger sister, then the other half of the jade rui tattoo should be on her younger sister's back. That year, Bai Yanqing had asked the granny to casually give her a name. Because the granny saw the jade rui tattoo, she gave it the word Yu. Because the granny's surname was Qiao, she gave her the name Bai Yuqiao. Just now, she saw a jade rui tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back. It was only half of it, but it could be pieced together with the one on her back to form a complete jade rui. When a person was young, the tattoo would change shape as they grew up. The jade rui tattoo on her back had already changed shape, but the shape could still be seen. And the tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back had also changed shape. The degree of change was almost the same as the one on her back. This proved that the tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back was also tattooed when she was young. Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu, Bai Yuqiao muttered to herself. Su Xiaoyu's name also had the word yu in it. Who gave her this name? Was it also because of the tattoo on her back? In 100 Poisons sect and this army, some of the elders who were familiar with her all called her Yu. Han Yunxi and the others all called Su Xiaoyu Little Yu. She was Big Yu, and Su Xiaoyu was Little Yu. Thinking of this, Bai Yuqiao couldn't control her tears from flowing out. Behind her master's back, she had searched for her biological younger sister for so many years. Her only family in this world had actually been by her side for a long time. But she had been tortured by her for so long. She had been sick, injured, and had almost died on the rack several times. Why was it like this? Since she was young, she had always been clear-minded. She had long seen that her master didn't truly love her, and her senior brother didn't treat her with sincerity. She had lived alone in this world, and had never known what it felt like to have a family member. Now that she had one, why did her heart ache so much? Why was she so afraid? She was finally no longer lonely. She finally had someone she could hug, so shouldn't she be happy? Why did her tears keep falling? Why did she want to wail so much? Bai Yuqiao cried silently wiping away her tears as she propped herself up and stood upright. After the female physician finished the acupuncture, she wrote a prescription and waited for the servant girl to bring the decocted medicine over. She stayed by Su Xiaoyu's side until she regained consciousness and fed her a bowl of medicine. After everything was settled, the female physician then walked towards Bai Yuqiao. Seeing Bai Yuqiao's head lowered and her entire person dimmed, the female physician didn't dare to ask too much. She only said seriously, "Miss Bai, in another 6 hours, I'll come over again to take her pulse and feed her medicine. If she wakes up during this period, the servant girl will feed her some millet porridge." Bai Yuqiao lowered her head and didn't say a word. She only waved her hand to signal the female physician to leave. After the female physician left, the large prison cell became empty and quiet. Only Su Xiaoyu's frail and petite body laid there quietly, giving off an unreal feeling. Bai Yuqiao leaned against the wall and slowly slid down, kneeling on the ground. She buried her face in her hands and very quickly, her entire body started to tremble as she started to cry out. Gradually, the sound became louder and louder as it resounded in the dark and gloomy prison cell. It was extremely miserable. Su Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. In actual fact, she wasn't unconscious after being fed the medicine. She was just too tired and didn't want to move. She was afraid that Bai Yuqiao would know that she wasn't unconscious and would come over to ask her what Ning Qing had said to her. Su Xiaoyu laid there and didn't dare to move. She looked at her surroundings and in her limited vision, she didn't see Bai Yuqiao who was in the dark. She didn't recognize that such a miserable cry belonged to Bai Yuqiao, and she didn't expect Bai Yuqiao to cry in such a manner. She was extremely curious. Just who was crying here? Did something happen? In the end, she guessed that it was probably one of the maidservants who had been beaten and scolded by Bai Yuqiao and had been wronged. Just like that, Su Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes again and gradually fell asleep amidst the cries of her biological sister. After Bai Yuqiao calmed down, he didn't walk over to see Su Xiaoyu. Instead, he resolutely turned around and left. Based on her understanding of Jun Yixie, if Su Xiaoyu didn't tell him the whereabouts of the perplexing butterfly illusion, Jun Yixie definitely wouldn't let her go. And once Su Xiaoyu revealed the whereabouts of the perplexing butterfly illusion, she would die without a doubt. Jun Yixie was currently busy working with Ning Qing. No matter what, she had to save Su Xiaoyu before Jun Yixie had the time to think about Su Xiaoyu. Jun Yixie was the man she had secretly loved for many years. She could give up everything for him, and she was willing to do it. However, she definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted about the matter of Su Xiaoyu, and she definitely wouldn't back down. This matter could only be hidden in her heart. It was enough for her to keep it to herself. Once it was leaked, perhaps even she wouldn't be able to escape this calamity, let alone save her. After exiting the prison, Bai Yuqiao instructed in a low voice, "Find 2 more sensible maidservants to serve her. That girl is an important hostage. If anything happens to her, be careful of your heads." The soldiers could naturally see that Bai Yuqiao was acting strangely, but they didn't dare to probe. They respectfully accepted the order and left. That night, Bai Yuqiao sent his trusted aide to continue investigating Su Xiaoyu's past. Helian Zuexiang had said that Su Xiaoyu was a spy that Chu Tianyin had planted in the Duke of Qin's manor. After being exposed, she had lost her memories. She wanted to know how Chu Tianyin had found Su Xiaoyu, and where Su Xiaoyu had grown up. Jun Yixian didn't have time to pay attention to Su Xiaoyu's matters. In the past, he would ask a few questions, but recently, he had almost completely forgotten about them. He was busy arranging for the 30,000 warhorses to head south, and also busy urging the second batch of warhorses from Winter Crow Country to reach Tianhe City as soon as possible. Although he had promised to support the D clan's 30,000 warhorses, he wouldn't let go so easily. At this moment, he was secretly investigating with a few beast tamers from the Black Clan. These beast tamers were also the trainers of the 30,000 warhorses. Not only would they escort the warhorses to the south, but they would also stay in the army to assist the D clan's cavalry. Jun Yixie's warhorses were preparing to head south, but a group of people had already arrived at the outskirts of Tianhe City and would soon arrive at his army. This group of people was Uncle Cheng and the others. In the dead of night, Uncle Cheng's group settled down at a rundown temple in the outskirts of Tianhe City. Uncle Cheng and Jin Zizi both knew about what had happened at the 100 Poisons sect. Mu Ling, and Ning Jing only knew that Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi had joined forces to attack the 100 Poisons sect, but they didn't know the results. In fact, they could have gone to Jun Yixie's army to look for Ning Qing today, but Uncle Cheng was still very cautious. They decided to wait for a few days and find out more about the situation in Tianhe City before taking action. The carriage stopped outside the temple. Deacon Jean lit a fire in the temple to keep warm. Outside, the north wind whistled. Northern Li had already entered the cold season. Ning Jing was wrapped in a large fox fur robe. It kept her warm and also covered her slightly obvious belly. Some people's bellies were very obvious after 2 or 3 months of pregnancy. Some people's bellies only became obvious after 5 or 6 months. Fortunately, Ning Jing belonged to the latter. Coupled with her loose clothes, she really managed to hide it from everyone's eyes. At this time, she was kneeling on a shabby praying mat and praying to a broken Buddha statue. Uncle Cheng sat on a pile of straw to the side. He looked at the fire, his eyes somewhat out of focus. No one knew what he was plotting in his heart. Deacon Jean had just gone to hunt some game and cleaned it by a nearby stream. At this time, he was roasting it over the fire. Mu Ling sat at the side and stared. The more she looked, the more hungry she became. She didn't even realize that Deacon Jean had been looking at her so many times. After roasting it, Deacon Jean first handed her a roasted quail. Mu Ling didn't even think about it and wanted to take it. Who knew that Deacon Jean would pass it to Uncle Cheng? He said to Mu Ling, "You can't eat this kind of thing." Mu Ling finally realized that she was a pregnant woman. She rolled her eyes at Deacon Jean and got up to walk out of the door. "Watch her," Uncle Cheng immediately said. Deacon Jean chased after her and saw that Mu Ling hadn't gone far. She was sitting on the steps at the door. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down beside Mu Ling. Chapter 965. Deacon Jean sat down by Mu Ling's side, but Mu Ling ignored him. She was wondering why Qi brother still hadn't found her after leaving so many secret signals on the road. Could it be that something had happened to Chi Brother himself? If Chi Brother returned to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, he'd definitely find out that she and Ning Jing had been kidnapped. He'd probably remember the secret signals she'd left him. Chi Brother had disappeared without a trace after going to Black Tower that day. Just what had happened to him? Mu Ling creased her brows at the thought. Deacon Jean averted his eyes at the sight, unwilling to see her like this. But after a while, Deacon Jean finally spoke up. What are you vexed about? Mu Ling glanced at him before asking another question. Hey, you're Deacon Jean, right? Although Mu Ling asked again and again with certainty, Deacon Jean still refused to answer her. She didn't know when it started, but whenever Deacon Jean took the initiative to talk to Mu Ling wouldn't care what he said but insisted on asking the same question. As usual, Manager Jean turned his head and looked elsewhere. Mu Ling was still worried about Ning Jing, so she glanced back to make sure the old man wasn't bothering Ning Jing before turning back again. Jean Z, we're not far from the Winter Crow clan, right? If I remember correctly, this should be Northern Li's Sky River City. Even now, she and Ning Jing had no idea where Deacon Jean wanted to take them. But as soon as they entered Northern Li's borders, they'd lost all hope. Deacon Jean didn't speak. Mu Linger asked again, Can you do me a favor and tell me if the D clan has any news about Ningcheng? I'm not plotting anything. It's just that Ning Jing is worried about her brother. Deacon Jean remained silent. Mu Ling pulled a long face and got up to leave. She wouldn't sit with this guy if she couldn't get anything out of him. Unexpectedly, Deacon Jean suddenly spoke. You know about Winter Crow Kingdom? Mu Ling was slightly shocked and immediately sat back down. Are you really taking us to the Winter Crow Kingdom? It should be snowing in Winter Crow country by now. Deacon Jean sighed. Didn't you want to blackmail my sister and Chi Brother? Let's discuss this. I have a way for you to extort more silver. Don't take us to Winter Crow Kingdom. I can't stand the weather there. Mu Ling was almost on the verge of tears. If they went to Winter Crow Kingdom, where birds didn't shit and chickens didn't lay eggs, she and Ning Jing would have no chance of survival. Deacon Jean ignored Mu Ling's nervousness and said mildly, Winter Crow Kingdom is covered in snow in winter. It's clean and holy. When spring comes next year, the snow and ice will melt and the grass will grow and the orioles will fly. It's very beautiful. Mu Ling glanced at Deacon Jean and saw that his face was full of longing for his hometown. She couldn't help but ask, Have you been there before? No. I heard about it from the people there, Deacon Jean said mildly. He had been sold to the black market since he was young, so his impression of Winter Crow Kingdom was already vague. Winter Crow Kingdom produced horses and gemstones. Some fearless merchants would go to Winter Crow Kingdom to buy horses and gemstones at a low price and bring them back to the three-way black market to be auctioned. Gradually, some of the smarter clansmen in Winter Crow Kingdom would imitate this practice and bring the horses and gemstones out of Winter Crow Kingdom to be auctioned at the three-way black market. However, this kind of behavior was rare and could be counted on one's fingers in the past few years. This was because the Winter Crow Kingdom's chief had very strict control over the private sale of horses and gemstones. Jun Yixie was able to obtain so many war horses not as a private sale, but as a member of the Northern Li royal family. He had also put in a lot of effort. You really want to go, right? Mu Ling probed carefully. Deacon Jean nodded. Mu Ling's heart trembled. She continued to ask, We will be there soon, right? Deacon Jean was about to nod when he realized that something was wrong. He didn't know why, but he suddenly chuckled. Mu Ling knew that her probing had failed. She lowered her head, feeling very helpless. Deacon Jean looked at her for a long time, and for the first time, he told her the truth. We're not going to East Wu. We're going to meet someone. Mu Ling looked up abruptly. Who? You'll know in a few days. Deacon Jean stopped here. Mu Ling was very suspicious. If they would know in a few days, it meant that the person they were meeting was near Sky River City. She didn't understand the situation in Northernly and couldn't figure out the reason. She thought that she would secretly tell Ning Jing later, when Deacon Jean and the old man were asleep. With Ning Jing's intelligence, she would definitely be able to name a few suspects. Jean Z, will you go back to Wintercrow Kingdom in the future? Mu Ling continued probing. Mu Ling treated this conversation as a test, but she didn't know what Deacon Jin's purpose was. Yes. He gave a very definite answer. Jean Z, do you have a home in Wintercrow Kingdom? Mu Ling asked again. Deacon Jean shook his head. I don't know. He only knew that he was a slave and nothing else. In fact, Mu Ling still sympathized with Deacon Jean and Ning Qing when they worked together to trap her and Chi brother. She even planned to return his gold card. Is your surname really Jean? Why is your name Jean Z? Mu Ling asked again. Deacon Jean was silent for a while, but he still answered. He said, I'm a slave. I only have a serial number, but no name. Serial number? Mu Ling was very curious. She really didn't know much about slaves. The slaves in the slave market don't have names. There are 10 slaves in each cage, and they are numbered from 1 to 10. They will only be given a name when they are sold to the new owner, Deacon Jean explained. What's your serial number? Mu Ling asked casually. 7, Deacon Jean said lightly. Because of Chi brother, Mu Ling had a particularly good impression of this number. She muttered to herself, Shao Qi. Deacon Jean had only heard of Gu's name, but didn't know much about him. For a moment, he didn't realize that the Shao Qi Mu Ling was talking about was Gu. He just thought that Mu Ling was talking about him. He was a little embarrassed and looked away. Mu Ling suddenly missed Chi brother, and her entire being became sorrowful. She didn't ask any further. However, Deacon Jean continued, on the day Myriad Merchant Hall bought me, I bumped into Ning Qing. He asked me what I wanted, and I said gold. He then rewarded me with the name Gold. Gold, he needed a lot of gold to redeem himself. In this lifetime, he lived for this one thing. Mu Ling turned to look at Deacon Jean. Her heart felt strangely stifled. Even she found it strange. What did this guy's matters have to do with her? She didn't pity him. If she pitied him, who would pity her? Gold, I'll ask you one last time. Will you cooperate with me? I swear on my life that as long as you send me and Ning Jing back to Myriad Merchant Hall, I promise my big sis will return the indenture agreement to you and help you pay off all your debts. Mu Ling said seriously. Deacon Jean gave her a meaningful look before giving a cold smile. He rose to leave as if nothing had happened. After the battle at 100 Poisons Sect, Han Yunshi would soon face the D-clan's condemnation. Han Yunshi could no longer control Myriad Merchant Hall. He had already made up his mind to hand over the hostages as soon as he saw Ning Qing. Once he got the indenture agreement and the money to pay off his debts, he would immediately return to the Wintercrow clan. He had no interest in Cloud Realm Continent's conflicts and wars. He only wanted to hide as far away as possible. Mu Ling stared at Deacon Jin's retreating form and only felt that he was acting strangely. Why did he suddenly turn hostile? That night, Mu Ling found a chance to have a private conversation with Ning Jing. She told her everything Deacon Jean had said to Ning Jing. Say, who do you think we're going to see? This is Sky River City. They wouldn't be colluding with Jun Yixie, right? Mu Ling asked in a low voice. Ning Jing's first reaction was, Ning Qing. Mu Ling almost screamed at the name, but Ning Jing covered her mouth in time. Jun Yixie doesn't have any money. My big bro was kidnapped by Yu Qiao, so Ning Qing must be in Jun Yixie's army. My big bro has silver, or else that old man wouldn't have come here. Jean Z wouldn't have come either. Ning Jing said seriously. Your big bro is colluding with Jun Yixie? He's going to betray my big sis. Mu Ling was most concerned about this. Impossible. Ning Jing was very serious. Mu Ling remember this. Even if the entire D clan betrays the Western Qin Imperial clan, my big bro won't. He must have been threatened. As Ning Jing spoke, she glanced at the masked old man sleeping on the grass by the door. I suspect that guy is colluding with Jun Yixia. Remember, if you see him in a few days, don't say a word. Act according to circumstances, understand? Mu Ling asked timidly, Ningjing, why do you trust your big bro so much? Western Qin is his trust and his responsibility. Do you understand? Ningjing answered. Mu Ling didn't understand. She shook her head and asked again, Ningjing, do you trust Tangli? Tangli. It had been a long time since anyone mentioned this name in front of her. However, she would think of him almost every day. In the past, she always wanted to escape and fly away. Now that they were truly separated, she realized that she wasn't as carefree as she thought she was. The child in her womb was growing bigger by the day. It was almost 5 months old. However, the child's father didn't even know of his existence. Ningjing didn't say anything and closed her eyes. Mu Ling hesitated for a long time. Finally, she leaned over and whispered, Ningjing, can I tell you something else? Okay. Ningjing seemed to be tired. I think that this time, if we really can't go back this time, or if we die in a foreign land. If you don't know about this, then you've lived your life in vain, Mu Ling said very seriously. Ningjing immediately looked over. What is it? Actually, Tangli likes you. Mu Ling was afraid that Ningjing wouldn't believe her, so she quickly told her about Tangli's situation in prison and her sister's plan to let Tangli take her away. Ningjing sat up abruptly and looked at Mu Ling in disbelief. Not far away, Deacon Jean sensed the commotion and looked over. Ningjing calmed down a little and lay down again. Mu Ling persuaded her in a low voice, Aya, don't be anxious. Be careful not to affect the baby again. She had put in a lot of effort to take care of Ningjing's stomach during the journey. If the baby was affected again, she would definitely cry. Chapter 966. Ningjing, my sister is also afraid that you'll affect the fetus. Besides, Tangli also wanted to tell you personally, so don't blame my sister. She also didn't know that we would be kidnapped. Mu Ling could be considered a good sister. She didn't forget to speak up for Han Yunxi at a time like this. Ningjing held Mu Ling's hand tightly with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. She was silent for a long time before she choked out, Ling do you know? I really miss him. Mu Ling was a crybaby. When she heard Ningjing's choked voice, she couldn't help but cry. I also miss Chi brother, sob. Uncle Ching was startled awake. He walked over angrily but was stopped by Deacon Jean. If you continue to make noise, what if people are attracted here? Uncle Ching said angrily. This is already Jun Yixia's territory. What are you afraid of? Deacon Jean retorted. Uncle Ching couldn't refute and could only leave in a huff. Deacon Jean sat back in his original position. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall with his back straight. He closed his eyes and rested. Just now, he faintly heard Mu Ling call out, Chi brother. How could that girl cry like this when she missed someone? He lowered his head. His fine bangs covered his eyes. The corners of his mouth were tightly pursed, and he wasn't in a good state. Ningjing missed Tangli and Mu Ling missed Chi brother. Tangli and Gu had split up to look for them, but they hadn't found any clues yet. Tangli counted all the routes that 100 Poisons sect used to pass through Tianhe City. There were a total of 15 routes. He sent people to search for them one by one. He also ran around day and night looking for the secret signal. However, it wasn't easy to determine the secret signal. He saw it carved on many trees and corners of houses. He copied all of them and sent them to Gu. He had sent more than 10 of them, but all of them were rejected by Gu. According to Gu, he really had forgotten. If Tangli knew what the secret signal looked like, it would be much easier to find a target. Unfortunately, he didn't. Finally, one day, Tang Li realized that relying on Gu wasn't reliable. He started a carpet search, while announcing to the world in the name of the Tang sect that as long as Ning Jing was returned to him, he was willing to give up 30 top-secret weapon manufacturing blueprints. When the news is news, the first to boil over was naturally the Tang sect. However, the Tang sect's master was Long Fei Yi, and the sect master was Tang Li. Tang Zijin and the others couldn't find Long Fei Yi, and they couldn't contact Tang Li either. They wouldn't announce that Tang Li's orders were invalid, so they could only wait and see. Deacon Jean and Uncle Cheng were very surprised. It had to be said that if it weren't for the fact that he wanted to take back his slave contract from Ning Qing, Deacon Jean would still be tempted. The Tang sect had been a power that all sides wanted to win over for the past 100 years. 30 top-secret weapons were worth a lot. In fact, Uncle Cheng was also tempted. Uncle Cheng figured that once they met with Ning Qing, Ning Jing would be a huge bargaining chip for Ning Qing and Jun Yixie's cooperation. Gu had already searched through the eastern forests and entered northernly. His first reaction upon receiving the news was that Tang Li wasn't reliable. He only wanted Ning Jing and didn't mention Mu Ling at all. Thus, Gu immediately used his identity as His Excellency Pill Fiend to announce to the world that as long as Mu Ling was returned to him, he was willing to give up the entire Medicine Ghost Valley. Within a few days, the news had spread all over Cloud Realm continent. Ning Jing and Mu Ling became the subject of everyone's pursuit and discussion. At the same time, they became the envy and jealousy of Cloud Realm continent's women. Unfortunately, the two foolish women were kept in the dark and knew nothing of the matter. One day, Gu was preparing to leave northernly for three-way black market when he suddenly received a black letter with red words. The Book of Pills is unknown. Gu's devastatingly beautiful face turned black as soon as he read it. The Book of Pills had many meanings, one of which was used by an emperor to issue orders. This letter contained Long Fei Ye's orders and a warning to him to meet the poison sect immediately or face the consequences. Gu arched a brow and looked at the letter in his hands with disdain. "Do you think I'll go just because you tell me to? If I'm going, I'll eat this letter." So speaking, he crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it into a ravine. He turned around and walked away, but he stopped after a few steps. A serious and solemn expression appeared on his frivolous face. The letter didn't say much beyond asking him to meet the poison sect immediately. But Gu understood Long Fei Ye's intentions very well. Long Fei Ye wanted him to meet the poison sect immediately for two reasons. 1. To deal with Bai Yanqing as a fellow undying freak, and 2. To ask him about his immortality. Long Fei Ye had always kept his promise to keep his secret, but would he be able to keep it a secret this time? Actually, he still didn't know how he'd become a poison Gu human. He was raised into a freak so that he wouldn't die no matter what illness or injury he suffered. Later on, he discovered that his appearance and body had remained the same as when he was 20 years old. The legendary poison Gu man was immortal, indestructible, and immortal, so he thought he was one. After the medical conference, Gu Yuntian was locked up. He went to see Gu Yuntian to find out more about this matter. Judging from Gu Yuntian's reaction, he didn't know he was immortal. He was more or less certain that Gu Yuntian had accidentally raised him into a poison Gu human. Over the years, he'd infiltrated the poison sect's forbidden grounds many times in search of a way to break the curse, but to no avail. He'd once joked to Poison Lass that she could save him, but that was just a joke. He'd only sought out the poison sect's poison woman to use the poison sect to topple and destroy Medical City. Gu Qishao sighed softly before whistling to call for his horse. Then he set off for Medical City. A few days later, Han Yunxi's group secretly arrived at Medical City. Long Fei Yi really was a sly old fox. Even after they'd reached Medical City, he still ordered several groups of people disguised as him and Han Yunxi to continue on the road to create a false impression. Thus, news of their whereabouts spread all over the place. In order to ensure their cover, Gu Beiwe met with a few of Medical City's department heads and elders. He learned about the recent situation in Medical City and gave them a few important instructions. Medical City also continued to announce that President Gu Beiwe was in closed-door cultivation. That night, Han Yunxi's group rested in Medical City. They decided to enter the poison sect's forbidden grounds tomorrow morning. After dinner, Gu Beiwe excused himself, saying that he'd forgotten to tell Shen Jueming something, and left first. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were left alone in the courtyard. Han Yunxi propped her chin on her hands as she stared at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi glanced at her, then poured a cup of tea for her. Han Yunxi didn't move, but smiled as she watched. "This is the latest winter slice. Try it," Long Feiyi said. Winter slice was another name for winter tea. Spring tea was as expensive as oil, especially Ming Qian tea. However, winter tea wasn't cheap either. Half of the winter tea leaves were harvested in the autumn, which meant that the leaves were harvested in the winter. But the best winter tea came from winter buds and winter harvests. Han Yunxi still didn't move, but she managed to divert Long Feiyi's attention. She asked, "Is spring tea better than winter tea?" Han Yunxi used to like drinking tea, but she didn't know much about it. Ever since she'd been with Long Feiyi, she often drank tea with him, so she'd unknowingly gained a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of rain in spring, so the tea leaves are full and moist. As a result, the tea is fragrant, mellow, and long-lasting. Long Fei sipped his tea as he explained, his tone leisurely and indifferent. As for winter leaves, the cold weather means that the tea leaves grow slowly. The leaves are thick and firm, so they lack the bitter taste and have a hint of cold charm. This is especially true for high mountains, where the cold charm is especially obvious. If someone who didn't know his identity saw his carefree and relaxed demeanor, they might really think he was a reclusive expert who'd seen through the affairs of the world, calculated the hearts of the world, and stood aloof from the world. But those who knew his identity knew that he not only saw through the affairs of the world, but also understood the hearts of the world. He didn't stand aloof from the world, but held it in the palm of his hand. No matter how others saw him, Han Yunxi liked his current appearance the most. She couldn't help but want to play a song on the zither to help him drink tea and throw the troubles of the poison Gu humans to the back of her mind. "Long Feiyi, where's that monarch's whisper of yours?" Han Yunxi asked. That year at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Chu Qingga had challenged her to a zither duel, but she'd refused. When she returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, she'd played Lovers of the Liang for Long Feiyi to hear. Back then, she'd used Long Feiyi's monarch's whisper of hers. Monarch's whisper of time. "You want to play the zither in Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens?" Long Feiyi asked. "No, I'm just asking," Han Yunxi sighed with emotion. "When can we go back to Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens? In another 2 months, all the plum blossoms will be in full bloom, right?" 2 months. Long Feiyi silently calculated the time. 2 months, they probably wouldn't be able to go back. He had plenty of gardens and gardens, but she had no interest in any of them except Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens. Wasn't he the same? "Next year, then. Starting from next winter, we'll go there every year to celebrate the new year," Long Feiyi promised. Han Yunxi nodded seriously. The situation in Cloud Realm Continent should have stabilized after a year. 1 year. Han Yunxi was silently calculating the time as well. As for what it was, only she knew. Their tea grew cold in the time it took to speak. Tea had to be drunk while it was hot, especially in winter. Long Feiyi helped Han Yunxi change her cup, but Han Yunxi immediately changed the subject. "Long Feiyi, Bai Yanqing is undying and indestructible. How lonely and boring must he be? Will he?" Long Feiyi asked mildly. "At least he'll be in pain. If he has a sweetheart, family, or friends, he'll definitely be in pain," Han Yunxi said seriously. Watching one's loved ones grow old and leave one's side while remaining powerless in the same place. How much pain would he have to endure if he had to personally send away his loved ones? An undying and indestructible person would only end up being abandoned in the end. Han Yunshi quickly denied her own thoughts. Bai Yanqing probably won't. Bai Yanqing probably had nothing left in his heart. He only had himself. Long Feiyi fell silent for a long time before he finally said, "If it was anyone else, they probably would." His slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. "Gu, that fellow, should be on his way here by now." Chapter 967. For the entire night, Han Yunshi kept diverting Long Feiyi's attention so that Long Feiyi didn't have a chance to make her drink tea. But in the end, Long Feiyi still frowned and asked, "You don't like winter flakes?" "I'm too full to drink." Han Yunshi's reason was very good. Long Feiyi wanted to ask more, but Han Yunshi grabbed his hand and smiled as they walked. "Long Feiyi, if T and I were to fall off a cliff one day, who would you choose?" Long Feiyi smiled helplessly. "There's no need to fall off a cliff. If you don't like it, I'll try to quit starting tomorrow." Han Yunshi laughed. "I'm just kidding." The two had just entered the room when Su Donglin came over. "Your Highness, Miss Mingxiang has arrived at Medical City. We'll meet at the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds tomorrow," Long Feiyi instructed calmly. Han Yunshi was surprised. "Why did you have Bailey Mingxiang come?" The sword had already pierced his heart, but Bai Yanqing still couldn't die. Heaven knows if his body was even harder to destroy than a steel wall. Even if Bailey Mingxiang lured Bai Yanqing over, the blazing red lotus wouldn't be able to kill Bai Yanqing. But Long Feiyi asked seriously, if Bai Yanqing's undying body is exposed, would he still need to kill Bailey Mingxiang? Han Yunshi finally understood Long Feiyi's meaning. Bai Yanqing's martial arts weren't that far behind Long Feiyi's, so he knew that Bailey Mingxiang was someone who could dual cultivate with Long Feiyi, so he had to kill Bailey Mingxiang. He didn't want to see Long Feiyi's martial arts improve and widen the gap between them. But now that they knew about Bai Yanqing's undying body, Bai Yanqing didn't need to worry about Long Feiyi's martial arts improving. In any case, he didn't need to hide his undying body from Long Feiyi anymore. He could reveal his true strength and compete with Long Feiyi. And no matter how strong Long Feiyi's martial arts were, even if he cultivated the lustbite energy to the 3rd level, he still couldn't kill Bai Yanqing, right? In other words, there was no need for Bai Yanqing to find trouble with Bailey Mingxiang. Could it be that you suspect the lustbite energy? Han Yunshi couldn't believe it. The lustbite's energy, Long Feiyi's energies. Perhaps Long Feiyi was just testing the waters. He really wasn't confident. If Bai Yanqing found them and continued to attack Bailey Mingxiang like he did at 100 Poisons Sect, it would be very suspicious. "We can give it a try." Han Yunshi nodded, secretly hoping that she'd be able to gain something from the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds tomorrow. After closing the door, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi didn't talk much. They still had important matters to attend to. In the past 2 months, with Long Feiyi's help, Han Yunshi had already cultivated 100% of her Nirvana heart power. Her needle skills were getting better and better, and she'd learned quite a bit of Qigong as well. During the 100 Poisons Sect incident, she'd been afraid of exposing her martial arts, so she'd followed Long Feiyi and didn't fight. Now that she could control her Nirvana heart power, it was time for Long Feiyi to officially begin dual cultivation with her. The reason Han Yunshi wanted to cultivate Nirvana heart arts was because Long Fei was cultivating the same thing. Nirvana heart power was the foundation of their dual cultivation, as well as the medium for it. Yin and Yang energies complemented each other. Only through a medium could they influence and help each other. And Long Feiyi's lustbite energy needed to borrow the power of Yin and Yang to break through. In this dual cultivation, Long Feiyi would be the master, and Han Yunshi would be the support. Long Fei Yi could use the strengthening of his nirvana heart power and the support of yin and yang energy to push the lustbite energy forward. Meanwhile, Han Yunxi's internal energy would also grow stronger. Once the dual cultivation succeeded, she'd be able to control the lustbite energy as she wished. At that time, learning any of Celestial Mountain's sword arts would be a piece of cake for her. Are you ready? Once you start, you must cultivate for 2 hours every day for the next 3 months. You can't stop. Long Fei Yi reminded her seriously. Han Yunxi casually replied, "What do I need to prepare? In any case, I've decided to rely on you for the rest of my life. I won't leave." Long Fei Yi obviously wanted to laugh, but he didn't. He turned his head and coughed a few times. "Then let's begin." Long Fei Yi chose a rather spacious warm couch and moved the small tea table in the middle down. The two sat face to face on the warm couch, looking into each other's eyes. Dual cultivation meant cultivating together at the same time. Not only cultivating the body but also cultivating the heart. Cultivating the body meant that the two of them had to combine their martial arts into one. Cultivating the heart meant that they had to have a tacit understanding of each other. The two of them sat quietly for a full hour. Unknowingly, the two of them had already closed their eyes. They didn't need to look, but used their hearts to feel each other's existence. Suddenly, they opened their eyes at the same time and smiled at each other, understanding each other's intentions. They were originally husband and wife with deep feelings for each other. Cultivating the heart was not difficult for them. Long Fei Yi grabbed the profound frost sword hanging on the wall. He pulled out the sword and gave it to Han Yunxi, leaving the scabbard for himself. "Just one sword. I'll have to trouble you for a while. I'll have Su Donglin find a good sword for you," Long Fei Yi said. "Okay, I'll wait." Han Yunxi was overjoyed. She was always full of anticipation for the gift this fellow wanted to give her. Actually, Han Yunxi did not feel wronged at all. Long Fei Yi's profound frost sword had never been touched by anyone since he took it from the old man Kenzo. Han Yunxi was the first. Thinking back, Duanmu Yao had racked her brains to obtain this sword. Unfortunately, she did not even touch it. Long Fei Yi held the scabbard while Han Yunxi held the sword. In the room, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi quickly exchanged blows. Han Yunxi did not know any sword technique. Long Fei Yi only told her, "You can block." Han Yunxi did as she was told. As she blocked, she unknowingly found that her sword seemed to have strength. Han Yunxi did not understand anything, but she completely trusted Long Fei Yi and followed his rhythm. Unknowingly, his movements, which were messy and disorderly at the start, seemed to have become orderly and orderly. Han Yunxi's innate talents were excellent, so she quickly grasped the rules and changed from passive to active. Her sword stabbed towards Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi blocked it with his scabbard and accurately retracted Han Yunxi's sword. "You're almost catching up to me in the past," Long Fei Yi was thrilled. Han Yunxi's comprehension skills exceeded his expectations. "You've taught me well." Han Yunxi grinned. Long Fei Yi removed his scabbard and tossed it to one side. Then he began to guide Han Yunxi through the sword dance. He swung his sword multiple times in a seemingly calm manner, but Han Yunxi could clearly feel the sword qi circling around them, strong and vigorous. "Transform your energy into qi and qi into light," Long Fei Yi murmured. "Yunxi, close your eyes. Don't think about anything, I'll guide you." Long Fei Yi wrapped one arm around her waist and the other around her sword-wielding hand to guide her. It was unclear what Long Fei Yi felt, but Han Yunxi only felt like she wasn't cultivating, but dancing. Surrounded by his aura, she didn't even want to open her eyes. She only wanted to immerse herself in it forever. The first dual cultivation took a long time. The two of them didn't finish until midnight. Han Yunxi sat on the bed, clearly feeling the warmth in her dantian. There was a strange yet familiar qi settling in there. She rubbed her stomach with a smile. "It's warm and very comfortable." Long Fei Yi immediately reached over. Han Yunxi recovered her senses and followed his touch. but Long Feiye's hand didn't move away as soon as it touched her. He had been half lying down, but unknowingly moved closer to Han Yunshi. By the time Han Yunshi realized what was going on, it was already too late. Long Feiyi gave her a light push, causing her to topple backwards onto the bed covers. He leaned over and looked down at her, a naughty smile on his lip. Ever since her leg injury had healed, he had yet to properly dote on her. Han Yunshi's hands pressed against Long Feiye's body. Long Feiyi was dissatisfied and was about to speak up when Han Yunshi actually helped him undress. Long Feiyi was very surprised. Han Yunshi's face was clearly red, but her movements were becoming bolder and bolder. Once Han Yunshi took the initiative, there was nothing she couldn't do. It wouldn't end so easily. As expected, Han Yunshi slept until noon when they were supposed to set out early the next morning. When she woke up, she was so shocked that she forgot to put on her shoes and got off the bed. Long Feiyi was sitting on the side, reading a secret letter. He glanced at her jade feet and said unhappily, "Aren't you cold? Put on your shoes." "It's already noon, why didn't you wake me up?" Han Yunshi complained. Long Feiye's gaze was already back on the letter. He said mildly, "You're so tired. It's better to sleep more." Han Yunshi had just returned to the bed when she recalled how she was so tired that she had to beg for mercy under him last night. She almost fell onto the bed. She snuck a glance back and looked suspiciously at Long Feiyi. She was incomparably bewildered. Does this guy never get tired? Although it was embarrassing, Han Yunshi didn't regret it. She was secretly working hard towards a certain goal. Han Yunshi cleaned up and ate a meal when Gu Beiwei arrived. They secretly rushed to the poison sect's sky pit and found that Bailey Mingxiang had been waiting for a long time. "Your Highness, Princess." Bailey Mingxiang bowed, then nodded at Gu Beiwei. She thought that she would be able to spend the rest of her life peacefully after returning to the army. She never expected to come back and see His Highness and the princess again. She was actually very flustered, but she didn't show it. However, even if she showed it, who would notice it? "Princess, is there any news of little Yuer?" This was what she was most worried about. The D clan had been searching for Ning Cheng's whereabouts this entire time, but wasn't Han Yunshi the same? Ning Cheng's whereabouts were equivalent to Su Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Jun Yixie's side was the most suspicious, but Long Feiye's men hadn't been able to find anything despite their inquiries. It was harder to infiltrate an important military base than anywhere else, and given Jun Yixie's personality, if Ning Cheng fell into his hands, he wouldn't be able to keep his cool. He would definitely show up to save his master after the battle at 100 Poisons Sect. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi didn't know that Jun Yixie and Bai Yanqing's master-disciple relationship had long been severed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have eliminated Jun Yixie from her list of suspects. "Let's go to the altar," Han Yunshi said seriously. Last time, they'd discovered the altar in the underground palace of the poison grounds purely by chance. They'd fallen into the abyss due to a crack in the ground. Now, they didn't need to go through the underground palace to get to the altar. They could just go straight to the abyss. What would happen at the altar? Chapter 968. To the west of the Poison Sect's forbidden grounds was a large rift valley. Inside the valley was a dense, dark forest. Every tree and blade of grass could be used to create poisons. As soon as Han Yunshi's group entered the forest, they could feel the chill. The valley was dark and cold to begin with, and it was winter now. It was a very strange sight. The vegetation was still lush, but the air was as cold as winter. Han Yunshi was already wearing a cloak, but Long Fei took off his own to drape it over her shoulders. Then he held her by the shoulders. Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang walked behind them and saw the scene. Bailey Mingxiang's expression was calm, as if he hadn't seen anything. However, Gu Beiwei's lips curved into a warm smile. The deeper they went into the forest, the dimmer the light became. Finally, just as they were about to enter the darkness, they saw a large circular altar in the distance. The altar was made of stone and looked very simple and unadorned. It was surrounded by stones with a tall, wordless stele in the center. From a distance, the entire altar looked solemn and mysterious. Han Yunshi hadn't forgotten the feeling she'd felt when she first saw the stele. It was like her soul had been sucked away and she couldn't control herself. Long Feiyi also couldn't forget Han Yunshi's dazed expression when he first saw her here. If possible, he didn't want to come here a second time. Han Yunshi didn't dare to stare at it for too long. She turned back to Gu Beiwei and saw that Gu Beiwei was also staring at the stele. Gu Beiwei, were you the one who saved me back then? Han Yunshi smiled. Back then, when they were fighting with Chu Tianyin in the secret passage, the passage had caught fire and collapsed, causing a crack to appear in the ground. No one had expected it at the time, so Long Feiyi didn't have time to catch her. She remembered that when she fell, her head was dizzy. When she woke up, she had already landed on the ground and was safe and sound. At that time, she only felt that it was very strange, and faintly felt that there was a white shadow following behind her. Gu Beiwei laughed. It is this subordinate who has frightened the princess. You saved her life. Long Feiyi would only talk more when he was with Gu Beiwei. More than one life, Han Yunshi said seriously. Gu Beiwei had saved her many times while he was hiding his identity. The three of them chatted and laughed. Bailey Mingxiang was alone and very quiet. She looked at Gu Beiwei with envy. She firmly believed that Dr. Gu liked Princess. However, the princess still didn't know about it. Presumably, she wouldn't know for the rest of her life. To be able to love someone to this extent was also a kind of happiness. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it anymore. As they approached, the wordless stele in the altar gradually became clearer. The wordless stele was still simple and mysterious. The upper part had been weathered and blackened, but the lower part was covered in moss. The upper part was lifeless, while the lower part was full of vitality. It was like light and darkness, life and death intertwined. I saw words on this stele in my dream, but I didn't finish reading it, Han Yunshi said seriously. They stopped outside the altar, and could clearly see that there was not a single word on the stele. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei looked at the stele seriously. Gu Beiwei even stepped over the short stone wall and walked in. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi had wanted to get closer for a long time, but they were a little afraid. The stele was clearly only a head taller than Gu Beiwei, but Gu Beiwei felt small standing in front of it. Even Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi felt the same way. Gu Beiwei walked around and looked carefully. He even gently touched the moss on the stele, but he didn't find anything. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Long Feiyi's fear was all because of Han Yunshi. Otherwise, there was no place in this world that he wouldn't dare to go. Han Yunshi nodded obediently. Long Feiyi went over, but he didn't touch the stele. Instead, he checked the grass around the stele. Gu Beiwei had checked it before, so he wasn't worried. He stomped on the ground and knocked on the grass. Then, he carefully checked the short stone wall, but he didn't find the mechanism that he expected. Usually, the altar would be the highest place of the clan, and all the inheritance would be hidden in the altar. But, if there were no hidden mechanisms, and there were no words on the stele, what could they do? Gu Beiwei turned back and said seriously, Princess, maybe, the secret is hidden in the poison storage space? Han Yunshi didn't say anything. Maybe, if she tried to walk closer and look at the stele carefully, maybe the same thing would happen again, and she would see the words on the stele again. She looked at Long Feiyi, wanting to ask for his permission. But, at this moment, Gu Beiwei suddenly exclaimed, Something's wrong. What's wrong? Long Feiyi got up and walked over. There's something wrong with this stele. Gu Beiwei punched the stele. The stele actually made a faint buzzing sound. It's not stone. Long Feiyi was very sure. He clenched his fist and punched it too. Long Fei's punch was much stronger than Gu Beiwei's, so the stone stele shattered into pieces with a loud crack. After the fragments fell to the ground, they saw a wordless stele made of Xian gold. There wasn't a single scratch on it, and it was perfectly preserved. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe simultaneously examined it carefully, but neither of them found any words on the steel. But it had to be said that this was a huge discovery. Gu Beiwe and Han Yunxi exclaimed at the same time, "Blood!" The blood of a direct descendant of the poison sect could open the Xian gold door. Gu Beiwe had used the Xian gold door to confirm Han Yunxi's identity as a direct descendant of the poison sect. Why was this steel made of Xian gold? And why did it use stone as a disguise? Something was clearly wrong. Han Yunxi strode over, but before she could move, Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand. How could Gu Beiwe know that Han Yunxi had transmigrated? He only thought that Long Fei Yi was worried that Han Yunxi would be in danger if a crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Thinking up to here, Gu Beiwe turned to Bailey Mingxiang. "Miss Mingxiang, if anything happens later, you should return to Medical City." Gu Beiwe was such a warm and attentive person. Bailey Mingxiang quickly nodded. "Yes, thank you, Dr. Gu." The invisible Su Donglin appeared and stood by Gu Beiwe's side to protect him. Han Yunxi bit her finger and carefully dripped a drop of blood onto the steel. They hadn't seen what had happened at the Xian gold door last time, but this time they saw it clearly. As soon as Han Yunxi's blood touched the steel, it was immediately absorbed and disappeared. Now that the blood had dripped, all that was left was to wait. However, the wait was a little long. Even Long Fei Yi had never been so nervous. Han Yunxi was flustered and couldn't help but lean closer to him. Gu Beiwe frowned and was rarely so serious. However, no matter how long they waited, nothing happened, whether it was inside or outside the altar. Could it be that there was something wrong with this method? Or was this Xian gold steel just a coincidence and didn't have any special meaning? Inside the steel, is there still? Long Fei Yi was about to try to break the Xian gold steel when a rustling sound suddenly came from around them. The short stone walls around the altar began to crack, just like how the wordless monument had been shattered, and the stones kept falling down. Soon, Han Yunxi and the others saw a very beautiful scene. The entire wall around the altar was made of colored glass and had good transparency. They could faintly see that there were many unknown rare flowers and plants growing inside. Han Yunxi immediately activated the detox system, but it didn't detect any poison in these flowers and plants. The poison sect's forbidden grounds were filled with poison, to say nothing of something hidden so well. These flowers and plants had to be poisonous. It looked like the poison was very rare, or else the detox system wouldn't have failed to detect the slightest abnormality. Han Yunxi looked around and found that there was a fruit stalk left on each of the plants. It was obvious that someone had plucked the fruit. The fruit stalks looked very fresh. Could it be that they'd just been plucked? Why had these poisonous plants been specially raised here? Who had raised them? How long had it been? What kind of poison had they plucked all the fruits to make? Han Yunxi was full of questions. If she didn't understand, Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe were even more confused. "It should have been Bai Yanqing who plucked them," Gu Beiwe said seriously. Besides Han Yunxi, Bai Yanqing was probably the only one who could open the steel. What is he trying to do now? They hadn't discovered the antidote to the poison Gu humans, but they'd discovered Bai Yanqing's secret instead. Han Yunxi was very worried. "Let's keep looking," Long Fei Yi said mildly. He immediately looked to the right and said coldly, "Who's there?" Su Donglin reacted the fastest and immediately chased after the man. Long Fei Yi had the shadow guard protect Gu Beiwe while he brought Han Yunxi with him. They quickly overtook Su Donglin and saw a figure running out of the forest. There weren't many people who could come to this place. Long Fei Yi didn't plan to let the man go so easily. Even though the man had run far away, he still hugged Han Yunxi tightly and chased after him. But when they reached the darkness, Han Yunxi stopped them. "It's too dark here. We can't see anything. It's very dangerous. Let's go back." Long Fei Yi was a veteran and knew that it was unwise to continue chasing. Moreover, the man was hiding in the surroundings and the shadow guard and Su Donglin didn't notice him. It was enough to show that the man's martial arts were extraordinary. Although it was a pity, Long Fei still listened to Han Yunxi's advice and turned back. Everything was fine at the altar. Gu Beiwei saw them and quickly asked, "Who is it?" Long Fei said mildly, "We didn't catch up. His qigong is good and his martial arts are not bad. It seems to be a man." Bai Yanqing? Gu Beiwei guessed. But he immediately rejected this idea. If it was Bai Yanqing, why would he hide and run away? From the looks of it, he must be very familiar with this place, Long Fei said mildly. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei were alarmed. This man was the altar, so if he was familiar with this place, it was very likely that he was a direct descendant of the poison sect. "Let's go back first. We'll talk when we get back," Long Fei said mildly. Since they'd already been targeted, it wouldn't be wise for them to stay here any longer. Han Yunxi smiled helplessly. She was the new poison sect head, but she still had to be so cautious in her own territory. She said, "Send a few poison guards to stand guard. Don't let the intruder come close." She had a feeling that the flowers and plants in the glass wall held a huge secret. Chapter 969. On the way back to Medical City, Han Yunxi mulled over the strange plant. She had all sorts of guesses, but they were just guesses. She couldn't deduce anything from them. Long Fei and Gu Beiwei weren't familiar with poisonous plants, so they were trying to figure out the identity of the mysterious man. Without a doubt, if that mysterious man was from the poison sect, then he had to have lived there for a long time. Perhaps he knew about Bai Yanqing and Lady Tianxin's past. They didn't return to their original residence. Gu Beiwei had arranged for them to stay in a secluded and quiet courtyard closest to the poison sect's forbidden grounds in the forest behind Medical City. Han Yunxi and Long Fei walked into the courtyard and saw that it looked like a courtyard house. There were many rooms, including a tea room, a dining room, and a kitchen. "From the looks of it, we'll be staying here for a while." "There's enough room here," Han Yunxi said. It was already evening, and everyone was a little tired after a busy day. "Let's all rest. We'll talk about the altar tonight," Long Fei mused. "Gu should be here by now." He refused to believe that Gu wouldn't come. Gu definitely knew more about the poison sect and the poison Gu people than they did. Now that the situation at the altar wasn't clear, they should wait for Gu to arrive before planning a second attempt. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin for last. "Miss Mingxiang, your room is on the west side. You should rest early," Su Donglin said. Long Fei and Han Yunxi stayed in the main room, Gu Beiwei in the east wing, and Bailey Mingxiang in the west wing. Although the west wing's status was lower than the east wing, it was still more honorable than the lower wing Su Donglin and the Shadow Guard's rooms. "Guard Su, we haven't settled on dinner yet. How about I write down a few menus so you can have your subordinates prepare the ingredient? Shall I cook a meal for you later?" Bailey Mingxiang asked. In fact, Su Donglin was only in charge of security. Her Royal Highness really did need a maid to take care of the daily affairs. Bailey Mingxiang was thoughtful and considerate, but unfortunately Su Donglin secretly sighed in his heart. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have really forgotten about this matter." Just like that, when the sky fell, Bailey Mingxiang laid out a table full of fragrant dishes. Not only did she cook a table full of dishes for her masters, but she also prepared a table full of dishes for Su Donglin and the other shadow guards. Su Donglin patrolled the surrounding area and asked the shadow guards to eat. Bailey Mingxiang also stayed in the kitchen to eat with the shadow guards. Han Yunxi and the others ate in the courtyard. Gu Beiwei praised after tasting the first mouthful, "I didn't expect Miss Bailey to have such good culinary skills." Han Yunxi was actually very used to it. She also liked Bailey Mingxiang's dishes very much. She smiled and said, "Her culinary skills are very good. Even Granny Zhao can't compare to her, let alone me." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Fei exposed her. "When have you ever cooked?" Other than the extremely sour pastry he had eaten, this woman had never personally cooked a meal for him or boiled a bowl of soup, right? Long Fei doted on Han Yunshi very much, but in some matters, he would also have requirements. Gu Beiwe snickered and lowered his head to eat. Han Yunshi clearly saw Gu Beiwe snickering. She was embarrassed and didn't say anything. She lowered her head to eat. Let's have a taste sometime. Long Fei's words weren't a request, but an order. They were especially domineering. All right, but don't eat too much. I'll make supper for you later, Han Yunshi agreed. She wanted to see if Long Fei could eat. They discussed the poison sex altar as they ate. They decided to observe for a couple of days and send a few poison guards to search the area before making further plans. Is there no news of Bai Yanqing at all? Gu Beiwe asked. It had been a few days since they came from 100 Poison sect. They'd made the secret of the poison Gu humans known to the world and caused an earthquake in Cloud Realm continent, but Bai Yanqing hadn't reacted at all? Where had he gone? Had he gone into hiding, or was he plotting something? Long Fei said indifferently, It's not that there's no news of him. At least for now, it's good news for us. Han Yunshi nodded in acknowledgement of this point. That night, before they began dual cultivation, Han Yunshi really did go to the kitchens to cook. There were limited ingredients, so she only made a pot of noodles. She had Su Donglin deliver a bowl to Gu Beiwe. She didn't know if Gu Beiwe had eaten or not. But when the noodles reached Long Fei glanced at them and immediately waved for Su Donglin to throw them away. Hey! You should at least try it. Han Yunshi panicked. Shouldn't this guy have taken a bite and found it disgusting? But because she made it herself, he had to endure the disgust and eat it all? Have you tried it before? Long Fei countered. It's not bad. Han Yunshi had tried it before, but that was before she put it into the pot. When the noodles were cooked, it was clearly noodle soup. But after it was put into the pot, it turned into dough lump. There was no soup left. Then you can eat it yourself, Long Fei said. Han Yunshi was speechless. She complained, At least it's my first time cooking. But Long Fei replied, There will be plenty of chances in the future. Once it's cooked, I'll have enough to eat it for the rest of my life. What could Han Yunshi say? She could only let Su Donglin send the noodles away. The moment Su Donglin left, he immediately laughed out loud. How rare! It was rare for His Highness to reject the princess so thoroughly. He was worried that if His Highness continued to spoil the princess, he would eventually become a slave to his wife. In the East Wing, Gu Beiwe faced a bowl of dough lumps, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, he still silently finished the entire bowl. From his expression, it was hard to tell whether the noodles tasted good or not. When the shadow guard came over to clean up, he said, Please thank the princess for me. The shadow guard looked at the bowl that was clean. Thinking of the dough lumps that Su Donglin threw away, he couldn't help but admire him. As a subordinate, Gu Beiwe was absolutely competent. The shadow guard didn't know that the reason why Gu Beiwe ate so cleanly was not because he was competent and obedient, but because he knew that it would be very, very difficult for him to have the opportunity to eat something personally cooked by the princess again. At this time, Long Fei and Han Yunshi had already started dual cultivation. Everything went smoothly last night. Today, Han Yunshi was more familiar with cultivation and quickly entered the state. After cultivating, she wasn't as energetic as last night. Instead, she lazily lay on the bed, her eyelids almost closing. Thinking of her initiative last night and seeing her like this, Long Fei almost suspected that she was faking it. But he couldn't bear to torment her. Instead, he lay down next to her and gently stroked her soft hair. Sleep. Before long, Han Yunshi really did fall asleep. Long Fei gently caressed her cheek with a soundless smile, both helpless and doting. He pulled her into his arms and tucked her in. He didn't know when it had become a habit, but he always had to hug her to sleep. Long Fei quickly fell into a deep sleep as well. He didn't know that Han Yunshi wasn't really asleep, but that her soul had returned to the poison sex altar. It was like a dream, but also not. This feeling was very similar to when her consciousness entered the poison storage space, but it was also different. Han Yunshi couldn't tell what was different. She knew that she was in a dream. She was clearly awake, but she couldn't wake up. At this moment, she was standing outside the ancient altar in the poison sex forbidden grounds, staring at the wordless steel from a distance. Last time when she returned from the altar, she also dreamed of the wordless monument and saw the words on the monument. Could it be that this time? Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She didn't care if she was dreaming or just letting her mind wander. She immediately ran over to the steel. When she got close, she saw that it was exactly the same as they'd seen during the day. The stone layer had been peeled off to reveal a steel made of Xian gold. But there were no words on it. Han Yunshi was disappointed. But at this time, the steel suddenly emitted a faint golden light. From top to bottom, words began to appear. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She hurried to read and realized that the words were the same ones she'd seen last time. The words sped up. At first, they appeared word by word, but later they appeared line by line, paragraph by paragraph. Han Yunshi skipped the first part and read 10 lines at a glance. She was so anxious that she couldn't help but hold her breath. In the end, she fell to her knees in front of the Xian gold steel. But when Han Yunshi finished reading, the words on the Xian gold steel didn't disappear. Han Yunshi was so nervous that her forehead was covered in sweat. She stood up and looked at the motionless words. She almost couldn't resist kicking the Xian gold door. These words were all about the secrets of the poison storage space. Part of it was about the poison storage space's cultivation, while the other part was about its rules. Since the words hadn't disappeared, Han Yunshi put the secret of the altar aside and carefully read the introduction to the poison storage space's cultivation and rules. Han Yunshi had never been able to fully control the poison storage space before because she wasn't familiar with the rules. Now that she'd carefully read these words, she finally understood. Just as she'd guessed, every advancement in the poison storage space required an opportunity. This opportunity varied from person to person and wasn't fixed. In other words, she was now at the second level of the poison storage space. As long as she had enough foundation, she could advance once she encountered an opportunity. But if she didn't encounter an opportunity, no matter how hard she worked, it would be futile. After the third level of the poison storage space was cultivated to the maximum level, and once it reached the maximum level, she would be able to control the poison storage space's supreme power. But what kind of power this power was, the steel didn't say. Han Yunshi was very curious, but she didn't have the time to think about it. She continued to read carefully, because there was a mention of the poison beast's cultivation. Once the poison beast formed a contract, it wasn't just a contract with her, it was also a contract with her poison storage space. So, as long as she didn't forcefully interfere, the little thing could enter the poison storage space at will, and could sense everything outside the space. Once the master entered the second level of the poison storage space, the poison beast would be able to understand human language. In the first 2 levels, the master's cultivation would affect the poison beast's cultivation, and in the later levels, the poison beast's and the master's cultivation would affect each other, promoting each other. It was equivalent to cultivating the poison storage space's power together. With the poison beast's help, the speed of advancing to the third level would be faster. At the third level, the poison beast would be able to communicate with its master at any time through divine sense. Han Yunshi had some understanding of this before, but the steel recorded something else she didn't know. Chapter 970. The inscription recorded some information about the poison beast, but Han Yunshi had never heard of it before. She suddenly felt that she had let Little Thing down. She didn't know how it was doing now, if it missed her, if it missed its gongzi. According to the inscription, Little Thing should have been trapped in the poison storage space by Yanqing. As long as the owner of the poison storage space had a higher cultivation level than her and Little Thing, they could keep Little Thing in the poison storage space and restrict it from coming out. In other words, although Bai Yanqing was at the same level as her, but Bai Yanqing's cultivation level was higher than hers, so Little Thing could only be trapped. Only if she worked hard in her cultivation and surpassed Bai Yanqing, then Little Thing could regain its freedom. Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi's entire body perked up. She had thought that if she advanced to the third level of the poison storage space, she would be able to communicate with Little Thing through her consciousness, and maybe she would be able to understand some things. But now, she had found the most direct way to save Little Thing. Han Yunxi had never been so eager to start cultivating in the poison storage space. Although she didn't know where the opportunity to break through to the third level was, at least she had to raise her cultivation level first. This time, the dream was completely different from the last time. Last time, everything was blurry and rushed, as if she came and left in a hurry. But this time, the inscription on the black gold tablet was still there, her consciousness was also clear, and the time she stayed was obviously much longer than the last time. After Han Yunxi had thoroughly read the inscription, she began to observe the poison herbs in the surrounding glass walls. But soon, there was a strange sound behind her. Han Yunxi turned around and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. She saw a wolf head totem appear on the wordless tablet. That wolf head reminded Han Yunxi of Little Thing's real identity as a snow wolf. Following the appearance of the wolf head totem, the wordless tablet shook continuously, and the entire altar shook with it. Han Yunxi instinctively wanted to move away, but found a drop of red blood oozing out of the wolf head totem's forehead. In an instant, a crack appeared on the wordless steel. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it turned into a door. It was dark inside the door, as if it was an alternate dimension. No one knew where it led to. The poison sex altar actually hid such a secret? Could it be that only the poison sex direct descendants could see this door? Only then could the door be opened. What was that drop of blood on the wolf's head? Just as Han Yunxi was feeling suspicious, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her finger. She looked down and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Unknowingly, her index finger had been bitten open, and blood kept oozing out. More and more blood oozed out, and in the end, it was no longer oozing blood, but flowing blood. Blood continued to flow, covering the ground. Han Yunxi stared blankly, her face full of horror. She subconsciously pressed on the wound, but it was of no use. The blood continued to flow. She looked down and realized that her feet were covered in blood. The grass around the altar was dyed red with blood. She raised her head and looked at the cracked door. The darkness behind the door seemed to have a magical power that could suck people in. No! Frightened, Han Yunxi turned to flee. She couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. She fled into the forest, running aimlessly. She didn't know where she was going. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. Who was it? This scene had appeared in her dreams before, but she couldn't see the person's face clearly. She only felt that the temperature of this hand was very familiar. She looked up to see who was holding her hand, but the moment she did, her entire world shattered. Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi woke up with a start and shot up from the bed. She didn't know why she called out Long Fei Ye's name, but perhaps it was an instinct. When she needed protection, the first person she thought of was him. Long Fei Yi immediately woke up and sat up as well. Before he could ask, he pulled Han Yunxi into his arms and held her close. I'm here, don't be afraid. Han Yunxi hugged Long Fei Yi tightly. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but this fear was stronger than ever. Why can't I see that person's face? She quickly broke free from Long Fei Ye's embrace and took his hand, closing her eyes to feel it. The feeling of holding his hand was similar to the one in her dreams, but also different. She grew even more flustered. Long Fei Yi still held her tight and said softly, Yunxi, calm down. It's fine. It was just a dream, so it's fine. I'm here. This woman must have had a nightmare. After sharing the same bed with her for so long, he'd rarely encountered such a situation. She'd actually been frightened by a nightmare. Han Yunxi raised her head to look at Long Fei Yi. When she saw his familiar profile and warmth, her heart gradually calmed down. Seeing her calm down, Long Fei Yi asked, "What nightmare did you have?" "The poison sex sacrificial altar," Han Yunxi murmured back. Long Fei Yi's body shook, but he quickly recovered. His voice was as gentle as ever. "What you think about during the day, you think about it at night. Don't think about it anymore." Han Yunxi shook her head. "No, I don't think it counts as a dream." She looked into his eyes. "Long Fei Yi, I dreamed of the wordless steel again. I saw all the words on it and a totem that looked a lot like Lil Things." Han Yunxi kept talking, but she didn't notice that Long Fei Yi's face had turned much paler. "I saw blood seep out of the wolf's forehead. Then a door appeared on the wordless steel. It was very dark inside and I didn't know where it led to," Han Yunxi said. "You went in?" Long Fei Yi asked hastily. A door had appeared on the wordless steel, so it couldn't lead to the real world. Then where did it lead? To 3,000 years in the future? Why was Han Yunxi so afraid? Long Fei Yi's heart trembled. "No!" Han Yunxi quickly examined her fingers and saw that the bite marks from the day were already very faint. There were no new wounds at all. She told Long Fei Yi about the bleeding, but Long Fei Yi was still worried. He carefully examined her fingers one by one. "My blood might be able to open the wordless steel," Han Yunxi said. Long Fei Yi didn't speak and only hugged her. Seeing Long Fei Yi's silence, Han Yunxi finally realized that she had scared him. She turned and hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Maybe it was just a dream. Long Fei Yi was silent for a long time before he said resolutely, "We'll try tomorrow. If we can open the door to the steel, I'll go in with you." If they couldn't avoid it, he didn't mind facing it with her. Where did this door lead to? Why did it appear on the poison sex altar? Was it related to Han Yunxi's status as a direct descendant of the poison sect, or was it related to the secret of Han Yunxi's transmigration? Rather than avoid and fear, it was better to hold her hand and face it together. Han Yunxi shrank back and shook her head. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Long Fei Yi held her hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. That night neither of them slept. They hugged each other quietly, their fingers intertwined as they waited for dawn to come. The next morning, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi woke up early. When Gu Beiwei walked out of his room, he saw the two of them sitting at a stone table in the courtyard, brewing tea. The winter morning was especially cold. White smoke curled up from the tea table as the fragrance of tea filled the air. It was a refreshing feeling. Gu Beiwei didn't know what happened last night, but he stepped forward and bowed. "Your Highness, Princess." Long Fei Yi gestured for him to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. As soon as Gu Beiwei sat down, he immediately sensed that Han Yunxi's expression wasn't right. Not only did she not sleep well, she had a lot on her mind. "Princess, what's wrong?" he hurriedly asked. Han Yunxi didn't say anything, so Long Fei Yi recounted the scene last night. Gu Beiwei didn't know that Han Yunxi had transmigrated, so he said seriously, "Princess, this shouldn't be a dream. It's the poison sex inheritance, passing on the techniques of the poison storage space through their consciousness." Han Yunxi also didn't know if it was a dream or not. Otherwise, how could the contents of the wordless steel be real? However, she didn't understand why her nightmare of holding hands would appear in the poison sex inheritance. Could the door to the wordless steel lead to the poison sex secret grounds? Gu Beiwei asked. This was good news for him. Perhaps the secret of the poison goo humans was hidden in the poison sex secret ground. Perhaps the formula for the perplexing butterfly illusion was hidden there as well. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi naturally thought of this possibility. "Get ready, we'll give it a try in a bit." Long Fei Yi had already made up his mind last night. Han Yunxi finally raised her head to look at him. Long Fei Ye's hand reached under the table and tightly grasped her hand. It was silent, but he gave her enough strength. Let's give it a try. If the door really opens, we'll go in together. Han Yunxi said seriously. Gu Beiyue could faintly sense that something was off with these few words. A complicated look flitted through his eyes. He wanted to ask, but after a moment's hesitation, he pretended that he had seen through everything and fell silent. He had always grasped the distance between him and Long Fei Yi, as well as the princess. There were some things that His Highness and the princess wouldn't talk about, so there was no need for him to ask. This was called doing one's duty. After breakfast, Han Yunxi and the others finished their preparations. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly bumped into a person standing at the door. "Gu!" Han Yunxi exclaimed. She had forgotten how long it had been since she last saw this guy. Gu was dressed in red, luxurious and enchanting, and as elegant as ever. He just casually stood there, and the flowers that covered the mountains and plains were all overshadowed. He was laughing without a care in the world, laughing without restraint, laughing with incomparable joy. His long and narrow eyes narrowed into a line. "Poison girl, long time no see." Before he could finish his sentence, Long Fei Yi seemed to know what he was going to say, and immediately interrupted him coldly. "What are you doing here?" It was clearly Long Fei Yi who threatened him to come, but he still had the cheek to ask him what he was doing here? Gu pretended not to hear Long Fei Ye's words and continued to speak to Han Yunxi. "Brother Qi misses you. Do you miss Brother Qi?" However, Han Yunxi's face was gloomy. She said angrily, "Gu, when will you remember what Ling Er said to you?" Tang Li had already complained to her and Long Fei Yi about the secret signal. Tang Li felt that the secret signal was purely a waste of time looking for people and missed the best opportunity to save them. Chapter 971. Long Fei Yi did not give any response to Tang Li's complaint. Han Yunxi was different. If she did not question Gu, she felt that Ling Er had been wronged. If this guy did not like Ling Er, why did he not be more straightforward and let Ling Er completely give up? Hurting her once was better than hurting her for a lifetime, right? Ling Er was still so young and unmarried. She would definitely meet someone who would cherish her in the future. Why did she have to fall into the hands of this evildoer, Gu? Her infatuation was completely ruined. In fact, Gu had never seriously considered Mu Ling Er's feelings for him. He was used to being heartless, so he was not interested in thinking so much. He touched his nose and did not refute a word. He quietly took the scolding. If Long Fei Yi had questioned him, he would have 1,000 reasons to refute. However, Han Yunxi had questioned him. He would just treat it as her punching bag. Mu Ling Er was missing. This woman must be angry and sad. He changed the topic. Is Bai Yanqing really a poison Gu human? Long Fei Yi had threatened him and was still putting on an act. What else could he do? He could only cooperate. After all, they had something on him. Is there no news about the robbers? Han Yunxi had to clarify this matter first. Tang Li and Gu had used the Tang sect's secret weapon recipe and the medicine Ghost Valley as bait. The robbers should be tempted. No. Either the two of them have fallen into the hands of another group of people, or Jin Zi and Old Qing have other uses for them. Gu finally said something serious. They should have other uses. At least their lives are not in danger for the time being. Now we can only wait for news, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Han Yunxi recalled Uncle Cheng's face and Deacon Jin's gloomy eyes. She thought viciously, these two had better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than death. He actually dared to kidnap Ning Jing, a pregnant woman, and Mu Linger, an innocent person. This was simply unforgivable. You couldn't have come to the poison sect's forbidden grounds to find the secret of the poison Gu humans, right? Gu asked. Could it be that you know something? Long Fei Yi asked. I know a lot about perplexing butterfly illusion, but as for poison Gu humans... Gu pretended to tremble. I'm scared too. Long Fei's disdain for him had reached its peak. He looked at him coldly with an expressionless face. Then you can scram. Gu walked to Han Yunxi's side and said with a smile, Poison lass, you've angered a poison Gu person and you still dare to run around. If that bastard Bai Yanqing comes looking for you. As Gu spoke, he gave Long Fei Yi a disdainful glance before continuing, if that bastard Bai Yanqing comes looking for you, who'll be able to save you? Han Yunxi wasn't in the mood to joke with him. She said seriously, We're going to the poison sex altar right now and see if we can open the door to the wordless steel. Are you coming? The door to the wordless steel? Gu grew suspicious. He really didn't know such a thing existed. Are you going or not? Han Yunxi urged. With Gu around, they'd be safer. For one thing, Gu was familiar with the poison sect's forbidden grounds. For another, Gu's poison skills were stronger than any of her poison guards or mercenaries. If you're going, Chi brother will naturally go as well. If anything happens, Chi brother will protect you. Gu smiled. He looked like he was joking, but everything he said was true. Perhaps Long Fei Yi was the only one who understood him. He'd already decided to follow Poison Lass from now on in case Bai Yanqing came looking for revenge. Although he couldn't kill Bai Yanqing as a fellow immortal, he could at least keep him in check. Long Fei Yi's eyes were so dark that even Han Yunxi didn't dare to meet his gaze. She didn't waste any more words and said hastily, It's getting late. Let's go. Everyone be careful. So speaking, she took Long Fei Yi's hand and led the way. Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang followed behind. Gu stood there for a while before catching up. Unlike Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang, Gu liked Han Yunxi very freely. He even dared to say it in front of Long Fei Yi. He snorted disdainfully at the sight of them holding hands, but he didn't interfere. As he walked at the very back, there was some distance between him and Han Yunxi's group. As he walked, he casually plucked a stalk of grass and held it in his mouth. His long, narrow eyes were deep, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, Gu Beiyue didn't get far before he stopped and waited for him to catch up. Gu didn't say a word as he walked shoulder to shoulder with Gu Beiyue. He knew that Gu Beiyue would definitely tell him about the door to the wordless steel. As expected, Gu Beiyue did. Not only did he tell Gu about what happened at the altar yesterday and the mysterious man they met, he also told Gu about what Long Fei Yi had told him this morning. Gu Beiyue trusted Gu completely. As for Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiyue thought that the Long Fei Yi hadn't really told Gu to scram because he wanted Gu to know the situation and travel with him. Gu's eyes grew complicated after he heard everything. He said, I've never seen any mysterious people appear in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, but I don't often go to the altar. He thought for a while, then said, The people who appear at the altar are most likely from the poison sect. It's very difficult for outsiders to find that place. I don't dare go there. I hope it's not Bai Yanqing. There's still no news of him, Gu Beiyue sighed. Gu didn't say anything, but he had an idea. It looked like he'd have to be extra careful once he entered the forest. Bai Yanqing was too strange. Who knew what he was thinking? As the group walked, Long Fei Yi said to Han Yunxi, I'll go ask Gu about Golden Wing Hall. Helpless, Han Yunxi was curious as well. She stopped and turned back to Gu, shouting, Gu, come here for a second. I have something to ask you. Gu was delighted and ran over. He was about to show off to Long Fei Yi when Long Fei Yi spoke first. When did Golden Wing Hall fall into your hands? Gu finally realized that they were looking for him because of this, so he recounted how he'd gotten his hands on Golden Wing Hall from beginning to end. Han Yunxi listened attentively, but Long Fei Yi wasn't interested at all and didn't listen at all. If it wasn't for Golden Wing Hall, we wouldn't have been able to keep Myriad Merchant Hall in check. Han Yunxi spoke the truth. Gu smiled. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Han Yunxi rolled her eyes at him, not knowing what to say. Long Fei Yi's next words made Gu feel extremely awkward. When are you going to clear your debt to Kangon Private Bank? Gu had been busy this year and hadn't paid much attention to Golden Wing Hall's medicine business, so it wasn't as profitable as before. Ever since Three-Way Black Market's gambling house was damaged, Golden Wing Hall had suffered huge losses. Although it wasn't to the extent of losing money, the flow of funds had been affected. Once the flow of funds was affected, the auction house's business was affected as well. Those in the auction house needed to stock up. This was a huge amount of capital. Before Gu returned to Three-Way Black Market, Golden Wing Hall had borrowed a sum of money from Kangon Private Bank and hadn't paid it back yet. Gu didn't answer Long Feiyi, obviously pretending not to hear. However, he tactfully kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything else. Long Feiyi had basically become his nemesis. Han Yunxi snickered inwardly. Gu, this guy, would probably fall for his cheap mouth one day. If he spoke properly, Long Feiyi and she would be grateful to him based on his contributions to Golden Wing Hall. Gu lowered his head, his eyes gloomy as he walked silently to the side. Long Feiyi gave Su Donglin a look, and Su Donglin immediately came over. "Princess, this subordinate has something to ask." "What is it?" Han Yunxi asked. This subordinate heard that there is a poison that can make a person's limbs tremble. "Is there really such a poison?" Su Donglin asked humbly. When it came to professional matters, Han Yunxi's attitude was professional. She seriously explained to Su Donglin, "There is such a poison and there are many types. It can be roughly divided into 4 types. The first is..." Han Yunxi focused on answering Su Donglin. Long Feiyi had already walked to Gu's side. He lowered his voice and questioned, "You dare to go back on your word with this crown prince?" Gu knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't regret it. He said in a low voice, "For poison lass, what's wrong with going back on my word?" He had mentioned Mute Granny because he was afraid that poison lass would be tricked by Long Feiyi. "Don't mention her," Long Feiyi said coldly. Gu didn't continue arguing with him. Instead, he became serious and said calmly, "Count it as me owing you a favor. I will continue to help you break through the perplexing butterfly illusion. Guard against by Yanqing well." This was Long Feiyi's request. Gu glanced at him. "No need for your nonsense. I will protect her." However, Long Feiyi's next words almost made Gu spit out blood. Long Feiyi said, "Not only her, but also this crown prince and Gu Beiwei. From now on, you and Su Donglin will be in charge of our defense." Fuck. Long Feiyi wanted him to be a guard? Gu stopped in his tracks. He finally realized that he had been tricked by Long Feiyi. How was Long Feiyi keeping his word? He was clearly keeping a card up his sleeve to threaten him. "You can refuse." Long Fei shrugged his shoulders, unwilling to force her. Gu wanted to bark and bite him. Han Yunxi was focused on explaining things to Su Donglin on the side, so she didn't know what was happening behind her. Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang were watching Long Feiyi and Gu's backs from behind. Although the two of them didn't know what they were talking about, they could tell that behind Han Yunxi's back, they were arguing in a low voice. Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang both secretly laughed. Their thoughts were the same. Only His Highness could anger Gu with a few words. Only Gu's appearance could make the taciturn His Highness speak so much. Gu didn't leave, so Long Feiyi took it as a yes. He asked in a low voice, "How did he become?" Although he didn't finish his sentence, Gu Qishao understood. Gu was irritated at the mention of this matter. He didn't know how to explain it. After a while, he said seriously to Long Feiyi, "Long Feiyi, I really don't know if I'm a poison Gu human. Maybe I'm just a freak." Long Feiyi was slightly stunned, but he didn't show it. He still asked coldly, "What's going on?" Gu could only tell him the truth. Long Feiyi was very surprised. He was about to ask more, but Han Yunxi had finished talking to Su Donglin and was looking back. Chapter 972. Seeing Han Yunxi turn around, Long Feiyi and Gu didn't say anything else. Long Feiyi looked straight ahead expressionlessly, while Gu crossed his arms and chewed on a piece of straw. He turned to look at the side of the road with an expression that couldn't be more sullen. With Gu like this, anyone walking next to him would feel like they owed him a huge debt. Of course, Long Feiyi was an exception. Long Feiyi had long become Gu's creditor. Han Yunxi looked at Long Feiyi and then at Gu. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Too lazy to pay them any attention, she walked to the back and joined Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang. "Princess, His Highness, they..." Gu Beiwei asked suspiciously. "Their 8 characters don't match, I guess," Han Yunxi said with a chuckle. Gu Beiwei also laughed, but he soon said seriously, "Princess, 7th young master is quite reliable." Indeed, apart from Mu Linger, Gu was very reliable when it came to matters of right and wrong. If he hadn't fooled Myriad Merchant Hall and saved Gu Beiwei, perhaps they would still be in the three-way black market today. As they walked, Han Yunxi suddenly remembered the bowl of noodles from last night. She asked jokingly, "How did it taste?" If the shadow guard hadn't come over to tell her, Han Yunxi wouldn't have believed that Gu Beiwei would have eaten it clean. Gu Beiwei said with a straight face, "It would have tasted better with more salt." Han Yunxi looked at him suspiciously. After a while, she said, "Gu Beiwei, you've improved." Gu Beiwei didn't understand. "You know how to flatter," Han Yunxi said seriously. Gu Beiwei's answer was too good. It didn't hurt Han Yunxi's face, and it didn't seem too fake. Those who haven't seen the miserable state of the bowl of noodles will definitely think that Han Yunxi's cooking skills are not bad after hearing his words. Even Han Yunxi herself felt comfortable listening to it. She felt that she wasn't that bad after all. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he heard the princess mock Dr. Gu. Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang immediately lowered his head, realizing that he had been rude. Han Yunxi looked at her for a long time and finally said, "Mingxiang, here." Bailey Mingxiang looked over. Han Yunxi walked over and said with a smile, "When we get back, I'll discuss cooking with you. When we get back, I'll make a few more dishes for Gu Beiwei to try." Seeing Han Yunxi smile, Bailey Mingxiang finally stopped being nervous and careful. She nodded happily and said, "Okay." Gu Beiwei smiled but didn't say anything. He was very happy. Han Yunxi walked at the back. Long Feiyi and Gu didn't have a chance to quarrel. Long Feiyi soon stopped and waited for Han Yunxi to walk up. The moment Han Yunxi walked to his side, he took her hand and interlocked their fingers tightly. Gu deliberately walked to Han Yunxi's side and walked side by side with them. No matter how malicious Long Feiyi's gaze was, Gu Beiwei would always return it with a dazzling smile. If they were competing in terms of shamelessness, Long Feiyi would still lose to Gu Beiwei. Long Feiyi tugged Han Yunxi to the side. Gu didn't follow, but swaggered to Long Feiyi's side. Behind them, it wasn't just Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang. Even Su Donglin and the others couldn't stop snickering. Just like that, the group of people headed for the poison sex altar with surging emotions. Once they reached the altar, everyone turned serious. Although the altar had undergone a terrifying transformation in Han Yunxi's dream, the altar before them hadn't changed at all. It looked exactly the same as it did yesterday. As soon as Gu Qishao arrived, his attention was drawn to the rare poison plants in the stained glass wall. These were the most beautiful plants he'd ever seen. The stems and leaves of these poisonous plants were transparent and shrouded in a faint layer of light. They were multicolored and dazzling, like a dream or a fantasy. So beautiful that it almost seemed unreal. Gu had never seen these poisonous plants before, so he couldn't tell if they were poisonous or not. However, based on his years of experience growing medicinal plants, he could tell that these poisonous plants had lived for a very long time. Poison lass, these poisonous plants have lived for at least 100 or 200 years, Gu said seriously. 100 or 200 years. Was the fruit recently plucked? Han Yunxi asked again. She was very professional when it came to identifying poisonous plants, but not when it came to their age. If not for the detox system's analysis, she wouldn't have been able to tell with the naked eye. This fruit should have been plucked at least 10 years ago, Gu replied as he observed. How can you tell? Long Fei couldn't help but ask. Gu glanced at him. Ha ha! Long Fei wasn't so easily provoked. He snorted. You must have seen wrongly. Gu was easily provoked by Long Fei. He immediately said, I can't be wrong. The thickness of the roots, the size and color of the leaves, and the gears on the edges of the leaves. Different plants have different ways of identifying them, so I can only give a vague estimate. I can't be precise. Also, Gu wanted to continue explaining, but Long Fei raised his hand and stopped him. All right, I understand. Gu was stunned. He then realized that he had fallen into Long Fei's trap. His beautiful face immediately darkened, and the people around them almost laughed. Fortunately, they managed to hold it in. Long Fei didn't expect Gu to figure out something that even Han Yunxi couldn't figure out. He asked seriously, Where is the wolf head totem? Han Yunxi walked to the front of the wordless monument and closed her eyes. She tried to find the location of the wolf head totem in her dream. Most of the time, she couldn't remember a dream. However, Han Yunxi remembered last night's dream very clearly. She closed her eyes and everything was vivid in her mind. She quickly found the location of the wolf totem on the wordless monument. Here, the blood on the forehead is at this location. She pressed her thumb on the wordless monument. Long Fei and the others looked at the empty black gold monument in disbelief. If it wasn't for Han Yunxi's dream, who would be able to find the mystery behind this empty black gold monument? Han Yunxi looked at Long Fei and the others. She asked, Shall I start? Everyone immediately looked at Long Fei, including Gu. Long Fei held Han Yunxi's other hand and nodded decisively. Han Yunxi was determined. She broke her finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. She was about to press down on the wordless monument when Long Fei suddenly held her hand and pressed it down with her. Very quickly they let go of each other. Unlike yesterday, this time, Han Yunxi's blood stayed on the wordless monument for a while before it was absorbed. Once the blood disappeared on the wordless monument, it started to tremble. Following that, the entire altar started to shake. The shaking became more and more intense, as if there was a huge earthquake. Long Fei protected Han Yunxi and retreated. The others also retreated. However, their eyes were fixed on the wordless monument, afraid that they would miss something. As expected, before long the scene from Han Yunxi's dream appeared. The wordless monument suddenly split open in the middle. At first, it was just a long and narrow crack, but the crack quickly widened as if pulled by some invisible force. Gradually, it turned into a door. Rather than calling it a door, it would be better to call it a cave that led to an unknown world. The cave was so dark that no light could be seen. No one knew where they'd end up after this cave. Good heavens, this is the poison sect's biggest secret. Gu walked very close. Everyone was on guard, but he was the only one who didn't sense any danger. He quickly reached the entrance of the cave and turned back to look at Long Fei and Han Yunxi. Are we really going in? Long Fei nodded. Then what are you waiting for? I'll lead the way, Gu said as he pulled out a small luminous pearl from his sleeve. The luminous pearl gradually grew brighter in the darkness, quickly illuminating their surroundings. Let's walk in front. Gu, be careful, Han Yunxi said seriously. I'll lead the way, it's fine, Gu said as he prepared to step into the cave. Unfortunately, he couldn't get his foot in. It was as if he'd kicked something, for there was even a bang. You kicked the Xian gold monument? Han Yunxi asked suspiciously. Seems like it. Is it really that incredible? Gu refused to believe it and kicked at the cave. The kick almost sent him tumbling backwards. He staggered back a few steps before steadying himself. It really is the Xian gold door. Poison lass, this isn't an illusion, is it? Gu asked in shock. Princess, you should go and try, Gu Beiwa said. His words reminded everyone. Han Yunshi was the one who'd opened the door, so perhaps she was the only one who could enter. A complicated look flashed past Long Fei Ye's eyes. He went forward and tried it himself. The result was the same as Gu's. Han Yunshi went forward and was about to try when Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Yunshi carefully took a step forward. This step actually made it inside. Moreover, the moment Han Yunshi stepped in, the cave exploded with a strong light. Following that was an invisible but strong suction force. It was as if it wanted to suck Han Yunshi in. Long Fei Yi was already on guard. Otherwise, Han Yunshi would have been dragged in by that force. However, Long Fei Yi's strength was soon unable to contend against the power of the cave. In the end, he gave up resisting and reached over with his other hand to hold Han Yunshi tight. As soon as Long Fei Yi gave up resisting, he and Han Yunshi were instantly sucked in. Catch them! Gu suddenly shouted and rushed over to grab Long Fei Yi's leg. Gu Beiwei immediately grabbed Gu's hand and flew into the cave with them. Bailey Mingxiang, Su Donglin, and the others were stunned. Then, they heard Gu Beiwei shout, "Su Donglin, Miss Mingxiang, come here!" Su Donglin was waiting for this. He grabbed Bailey Mingxiang and pulled Gu Beiwei's sleeve just as Gu Beiwei was about to enter the cave. After everyone had entered, the black hole gradually shrunk and disappeared in a short while. The Xian gold door returned to its original appearance, as if nothing had happened. The surrounding Shadow Guard and Poison Guards looked at each other in disbelief. They could only stand guard and wait for Han Yunshi and the rest to return. Han Yunshi and the rest. Where did they go? Chapter 973. Falling in the darkness was like falling into a bottomless abyss, and it would never stop. Their surroundings were too dark. Han Yunshi opened her eyes wide, but she still couldn't see anything. This feeling was like being blind. Only by hugging Long Fei Yi tightly did the uneasiness in her heart fade away. No matter where they were, in life or in death, at least he would be by her side. At least he had never let go of her hand. Han Yunshi didn't know that Gu and the rest had followed Long Fei Yi in by his feet. She also didn't know that there was no one under Long Fei Yi's feet. Gu and the rest were long gone. The wind whistled past their ears, causing their hair and robes to flutter in the wind. Han Yunshi wanted to talk to Long Fei, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was drowned out by the wind. In the end, she gave up. She leaned into Long Fei Yi's embrace, thinking that since they were already here, she might as well take things as they came. She didn't want to think about anything else and just quietly hugged him. However, she didn't know why, but she kept feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. This feeling was wrong. Only women had this kind of thing. It was like a sixth sense that couldn't be explained clearly. After some time, Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi finally saw light under their feet. They finally landed in a stone room. The stone room was sealed on all sides, and there was a stone door that was tightly shut. Han Yunshi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that she would see the world 3,000 years ago. She turned back and smiled at Long Fei Yi. "This place isn't bad, right?" Long Fei Yi replied with a faint smile, "Yeah." Han Yunshi glanced at him, turned around and asked seriously, "Long Fei Yi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Long Fei Yi seemed to pull himself together and smiled dotingly. "I'm fine." The stone chamber was empty except for the two of them. Han Yunshi looked around and asked suspiciously, "Gu and the rest didn't come in, right?" "I don't think so," Long Fei Yi said as he looked around and pulled Han Yunshi towards the stone door. He pushed the stone door, but it didn't budge. Could the mechanism to open the door be nearby? Han Yunshi started to search around the stone door. Long Fei Yi followed her. It wasn't clear what Long Fei touched, but the stone door abruptly moved and slowly opened. "Shall we go out and take a look?" Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunshi nodded. Long Fei Yi went out first, leaving Han Yunshi at the door. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly followed him. Outside the stone gate there was actually a tall palace. In the palace, there was a standing statue of a god with a wolf head and a human body. The wolf head was exactly the same as the one on the wordless monument. The statue was at least 10 stories tall, imposing and mighty. Apart from this standing statue, there was nothing else in the huge palace. There were only 4 walls all around, and the walls were bare. It didn't look like a normal palace that had totemic characters carved on it. What kind of monster is this? Han Yunshi opened her mouth, and her voice echoed from all directions. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. She thought to herself that if the little thing became like this, she wouldn't be able to take it. There's no door here, Long Fei said. Han Yunshi's attention shifted away from the statue, and she also noticed this problem. Let's see if there's a mechanism? Han Yunshi said. She had an indescribable feeling that everything was very strange and unreal. They looked around but didn't find any mechanism. Long Fei raised his head to look at the statue and said seriously, "Could it be the statue?" Han Yunshi looked at the statue and didn't move for a long time. Long Fei suddenly flew up to the statue and landed on the statue's shoulder. He started to search the statue. Han Yunshi raised her head to look at him, and a complicated look flashed past her eyes. With her current light body technique, she could fly up but she didn't move. She just looked. Long Fei looked at her. "Are you coming up?" Han Yunshi wanted to answer, but who knew that the statue suddenly broke into pieces. Long Fei immediately flew up into the sky and Han Yunshi hurriedly retreated. Who knew that the broken statue suddenly turned into a ball of blazing fire and shot up into the sky. It turned into a fire dragon and attacked Long Fei. Long Fei didn't seem to expect this and couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by the fire dragon. As soon as the fire dragon hit Long Fei, it immediately set his body on fire. Soon enough, Long Fei's entire body fell to the ground. The raging flames surrounded him and burned his body. He knelt on one knee and reached out a hand to Han Yunshi. Save me. Yunshi, save me." Han Yunshi stared blankly, but didn't move. How was she supposed to save Long Fei? There was nothing in this sealed stone room. Even if she wanted to, she didn't have the strength. Moreover, even if she had the strength, she might not save him. She simply watched as Long Fei was burned by the flames, completely unmoved. "Yunshi, come here. Yunshi, Han Yunshi, save me. Yunshi, come here. I can't take it anymore. Come here, let me see you one last time." Han Yunshi didn't dare to meet Long Fei's eyes. Instead of moving forward, she backed away. Long Fei grew angry and demanded, "Han Yunshi, is this how you treat this crown prince? You said you'd never leave me." "Han Yunshi, I thought you and I couldn't be born at the same time, but we definitely die at the same time. Ha, looks like I was too stupid." Long Fei threw back his head and laughed as he spoke. His figure looked especially miserable and wretched in the flames. But Han Yunshi remained unmoved. Her expression was even cold-blooded. Faced with Long Fei's questions and accusations, she didn't say a word. She only backed away. Suddenly, Long Fei roared, "Han Yunshi, I, Long Fei, swear that I'll never love you again." Finally, Han Yunshi couldn't take it anymore. She shouted back, "You're not Long Fei. You're not. You don't have the right to swear on his name." She'd felt that something was off even before they'd landed in this mysterious palace. Now that they'd landed, her suspicions grew. Because Long Fei had let go of her hand. How could Long Fei let go of her hand in a place like this? Moreover, they were in the secret room. After the stone door opened, Long Fei had walked out first and left her behind. She'd even followed him in. Although Long Fei had held her hand as well, the feeling was completely different. The first time they'd gone to the poisonous herb depot, he'd held her hand and interlocked their fingers. After that, every time he held her hand, he'd unconsciously interlocked his fingers with hers. But this Long Fei in front of her didn't. Even after they'd landed, he didn't even ask her if she was feeling unwell. Actually, a woman's sixth sense didn't exist in this world. The so-called sixth sense was actually a woman's memory of details. Once the memory became a habit, the habit would be branded into the subconscious. Once there was a discrepancy between the details and the habit, the woman would start to feel that something was wrong. But she couldn't tell what it was. And when this feeling grew stronger, the woman would start to look for the abnormality in the details. Han Yunxi was very sure that although the man in front of her looked exactly like Long Feiyi, he was definitely not Long Feiyi. How could Long Feiyi send her to her death? How could it be? You're not him," Han Yunxi shouted. She didn't even look at the raging inferno and the fake Long Feiyi. She was afraid that if she looked at it for too long, she wouldn't be able to bear it. In the end, that appearance was too similar to him. She looked at the sealed walls around her and shouted, "Long Feiyi, where are you? Long Feiyi, how can you let go of my hand? Where are you?" As soon as she said this, a miraculous thing happened. The raging inferno behind Han Yunxi, including the fake Long Feiyi, suddenly disappeared. Unable to feel the temperature, Han Yunxi turned her head abruptly and found that a stone door had appeared on the wall where the statue was originally standing. The palace also disappeared, and the surroundings looked like an ordinary stone room. An illusion? Han Yunxi muttered to herself. Other than an illusion, what else would suddenly disappear? She should have entered an illusion, which was why she saw an illusion. Then what about Long Feiyi? Where was Long Feiyi at this moment? Would Long Feiyi also experience such an illusion? Would Long Feiyi recognize that all of this was fake? Han Yunxi couldn't care so much. She shook her head to keep herself awake. If she was really in an illusion, then it was most important to stay awake. Because it was both real and fake, she didn't know what would happen or who she would meet. It was more appropriate for her to quickly find someone. She quickly touched the mechanism beside the stone door. However, when the stone door slowly turned and opened, she was stunned. She saw Long Feiyi standing outside the door. Han Yunxi was stunned. She didn't move or make a sound for a long time. She couldn't be sure if this Long Feiyi was real or fake. The Long Feiyi in the illusion just now was clearly trying to kill her. That was an illusion that could take a person's life. It was an illusion that made use of emotions to kill people. And Long Feiyi outside the door also seemed to be a little surprised. He didn't move and didn't make a sound. The two of them just stood like this, one inside the door and one outside the door. They looked at each other and stood for a long time. Han Yunxi hesitated for a long time. Just as she was about to test him, who knew that Long Feiyi would suddenly walk over. Han Yunxi subconsciously retreated. Long Feiyi forced himself to stop in front of her. The two of them were so close that they were almost touching each other. Han Yunxi still wanted to retreat, but Long Feiyi suddenly reached out his hand and rubbed her bangs. Han Yunxi was shocked. She looked at him in disbelief. Her heart suddenly jumped wildly. Could it be that this person in front of her was really Long Feiyi? She hurriedly took his hand and interlocked her fingers with his. And the moment she grasped Long Feiyi's hand, Long Feiyi immediately tightened his grip and pulled her into his embrace without a word. This domineering aura was so familiar. This embrace was so familiar. Han Yunxi couldn't help but hug him tightly. Long Feiyi, it's you. It's really you. Long Feiyi hugged her for a long time. He let out a long breath before saying, Han Yunxi, I'm scared. He had just encountered an illusion. In the illusion, Han Yunxi was swallowed by a fire transformed from a wolf-headed idol. She was crying and begging him in the raging fire, asking him to save her. But he couldn't do it. The moment he checked in her hand, he felt that something was wrong. Now, this woman was the real Han Yunxi. After he saw through the illusion, he searched for her like a madman. He barged through countless stone chambers and finally arrived here. Chapter 974. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi hugged each other tightly. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid when they saw each other's illusion being burned by the fire. Han Yunshi told Long Feiyi about her experience, and Long Feiyi also told Han Yunshi about his experience. The illusion they encountered was actually the same. It had to be said that this illusion was very cruel. In this world, there was nothing more cruel than watching the person you loved being burned alive. Is this illusion testing us? Han Yunshi asked suspiciously. Testing what? Long Feiyi was also pondering. This illusion was indeed like a test. He didn't know if he would die or receive other punishments if he really jumped into the fire to save the fake Han Yunshi. I don't understand. Han Yunshi didn't want to recall this cruel thing. She asked seriously, what about Gu and the rest? Did they follow us in? The fake Long Feiyi told her that Gu and the rest didn't come in. She didn't know whether it was true or not, so it was better to confirm it. Others don't know. Gu Qishao should have. He grabbed my leg. Then I don't know how he disappeared. Long Feiyi said. Their fall had been so strong that their hair and robes fluttered in the wind. He couldn't remember when Gu Qishao had let go of his leg, either. Strange. Han Yunshi was very suspicious. Long Feiyi, when did you let go of me? Long Feiyi immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. He could ignore Gu, but he must have protected Han Yunshi well. He had been holding her hand tightly all this time. Strange, I didn't let go of you either. Han Yunshi was more and more confused. At this time, they didn't have time to think about this problem. It was good that both of them were safe. They had to figure out where they were and where Gu was. Also, how were they supposed to leave this godforsaken place? Hurry up and find Gu, Han Yunshi said seriously. There was only one secret room behind her, and there was nothing else to look for. Thus, Long Feiyi brought her back the way they came. They passed through several stone rooms and finally arrived at a palace. There were stone doors on all four sides of the palace. Long Feiyi took the east gate. Take a look at the west gate, Han Yunshi said. The fastest way was to split up and search, but she didn't dare to let go of Long Feiyi's hand. Long Feiyi wouldn't let go of her hand either. Just as the two of them were about to open the western stone door, the southern and northern stone doors opened at the same time. Gu Beiwe walked out from the southern stone door, while Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang walked out from the western stone door. This, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi simultaneously became alert. Gu Beiwe and the other two also came in? Were the three people in front of them real or fake? When Gu Beiwe and the other two saw Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi, they were overjoyed. Princess, Your Highness, are you all right? Gu Beiwe strode over. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin also hurried over. Bailey Mingxiang didn't say anything, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Su Donglin was extremely excited. Your Highness, Princess, we finally found you. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi didn't say anything. Gu Beiwe and the other two quickly realized that something was wrong. The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Princess, Your Highness, are you all right? Gu Beiwe asked tentatively. Both Han Yunshi and Long Fei were trying to figure out how to tell if the three were real or fake. It seemed a little difficult. Who knew that at this moment, a miserable cry suddenly rang out. Poison lass, Gu! Han Yunshi was shocked. She immediately recognized the voice. It's seventh young master. Gu Beiwe became anxious. The voice seems to be coming from the west. Let's go. Long Feiyi pulled Han Yunshi and strode over. For the time being, they didn't care whether Gu Beiwe and the other two were real or fake. They opened the stone door to the west and walked in. To their surprise, they found a towering palace inside. The palace was empty and there was nothing inside. Only Gu was sitting alone on the ground, crying loudly. His hands seemed to be hugging something, and his actions were as strange as they could be. Seeing this, everyone felt their hairs stand on end. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi glanced at each other. They couldn't tell if this was an illusion or reality. Gu seems to be hugging someone, Su Donglin muttered. Indeed, Gu Qishao's actions made it seem like he was holding someone in his arms. Was he possessed? No one dared to make a sound. Just as they were about to walk closer to take a look, Gu suddenly cried even louder. Poison lass, wake up, will you? I'm begging you. Poison lass, no matter what you've done to me, I've never blamed or resented you, but if you don't wake up this time, Chi brother will never forgive you for the rest of his life. For the rest of his life. Gu's tears really kept falling. He cried heartbreakingly, hoarsely and soundlessly. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Han Yunshi was at a loss. What's wrong with this guy? He's crying over me like I've done all sorts of wrong things to him. It's like I've died. Soon enough, everyone slowly turned to look at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi's face was so cold that it could freeze all of Cloud Realm continent. Especially when Gu shouted, Poison lass, don't die, will you? Long Feiyi's last shred of reason crumbled as he roared, Gu! His roar echoed throughout the palace, echoing for a long time without stopping. Gu Qishao, who had been crying his heart out, suddenly gave a start before his cries stopped abruptly. He looked at his hands and seemed frightened as he shot to his feet and backed away a few steps. He stared blankly at the floor, his face filled with fear. Gu, what are you doing? Long Feiyi roared again. Gu finally looked back, only to see Han Yunshi standing perfectly fine by Long Feiyi's side. He rushed over and pulled Han Yunshi into a tight embrace. His speed was godlike. Even Long Feiyi couldn't stop him in time. Poison lass, you. Gu hugged her so tightly that he couldn't speak. Let go. Let go. Han Yunshi struggled, not because she was afraid of Long Feiyi's anger, but because, if Gu didn't let go, she'd suffocate to death. Very soon, Long Feiyi grabbed Gu's hands and yanked them away without a word. This force didn't break Gu's bones, so it could only be said that Gu was lucky. Gu seemed to have completely regained his senses as he looked at Long Feiyi in a daze. Long Feiyi didn't care what had happened to him as he shook violently and sent him flying. Gu crashed heavily against the stone wall and bounced back before he hit the ground and fell flat on his face. Han Yunshi took deep breaths, not knowing why Gu was crying for her. But she had almost been strangled to death. Gu Qishao raised his head, 2 streams of breath trickling down his nose to mix with the tears on his face. His devastatingly beautiful face was now a blur. But when he saw Han Yunshi standing there perfectly fine, he suddenly smiled. The smile that bloomed amidst the blood and tears was so pure and bright. He even forgot to quarrel with Long Feiyi and muttered to himself, Poison lass, it's so good to see you. Long Feiyi was about to speak when Gu Beiyu beat him to it. 7th young master, what happened to you just now? Gu glanced at the original spot and hurriedly stood up, wiping his face with his large hands to sober himself up. He recounted what had just happened. He had pulled Gu Beiyu in, but for some reason, he had suddenly fallen here alone. There was a tall statue of a god with a wolf head and a human body. Poison Lass was kneeling in front of it in worship. He had even chatted with Poison Lass about something, but later on, the statue suddenly turned into a fire dragon and swallowed Poison Lass whole. He threw himself into the sea of flames to save her. But the moment he jumped into the raging flames, the flames were immediately extinguished, but Poison Lass had also stopped breathing. He had been hugging Poison Lass and crying for a long time. And just now, when Long Feiyi had shouted at him, Poison Lass had immediately disappeared from his embrace. Only then did he realize that everything was fake. As Gu Qishao spoke, he kept his eyes on Han Yunshi, afraid that she'd suddenly disappear. He was afraid that everything before him was nothing more than a beautiful dream he'd had because of his grief, so he could comfort himself. After hearing this, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi looked at each other at the same time, feeling a lingering fear. So this was the consequence of jumping into the fire to save her. If they hadn't found this place, would Gu have always thought that Han Yunshi was dead? Han Yunshi couldn't imagine what would have happened if she had mistakenly thought that Long Feiyi was dead. Perhaps she would have been 100 times more heartbroken than Gu. Perhaps she wouldn't have lived. Long Fei wasn't as angry as before. He looked at Gu with a particularly deep gaze. Everyone needed time to digest what Gu had said. Although Han Yunxi and Long Fei had experienced it firsthand, they couldn't help but reflect on Gu Qixiao's bitter tears and his true feelings. What exactly was this illusion testing? Why was Gu immersed in the illusion and unable to wake up when he had thrown himself into the sea of flames to save her? And the two of them had hardened their hearts to not save her and had instead succeeded in shattering the illusion? Gu Beiyue broke the silence. Seventh young master, it was an illusion just now, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Han Yunxi and Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Gu was real, and what they had seen wasn't an illusion. Why was Gu the only one who encountered it? Su Donglin couldn't help but ask. You didn't encounter it either? Han Yunxi asked hurriedly. Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang shook their heads. Han Yunxi was even more certain about this. It seemed that the Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang in front of her were also real. Gu asked suspiciously, Why, Poison Girl? You encountered it too? What kind of illusions did you encounter? Since everyone was here, there was nothing to hide. Long Fei immediately told them about the illusion that she and Han Yunxi had encountered. However, after they finished speaking, everyone fell silent and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. What's wrong? Chapter 975. The atmosphere grew awkward, for no other reason than the fact that Han Yunxi and her husband had encountered the same illusion as Gu Qixiao. This illusion was like a test of love, whether to choose a lover or to live an ignoble life. Long Fei and Han Yunxi were actually so cold-blooded and indifferent as they watched the person in their heart being burned by fire. On the other hand, Gu, the joking and frivolous fellow, threw himself into the sea of fire to save her at all costs. Could the love between Long Fei and Han Yunxi withstand this test? Did they love each other more, or did they love themselves more? Suddenly, Gu said to Han Yunxi, Poison lass, even if it happens again, Qi brother will still save you. Gu Qixiao's words were obviously mocking Long Fei, everyone could tell. Han Yunxi was about to speak when Long Fei snorted. Idiot! You can't even tell the difference between real and fake. What right do you have to save her? You're still quibbling. Gu was also angry. You're so stupid, Long Fei said coldly. When he saw Gu crying just now, he really wanted to rush over and slap Gu awake. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Gu Beiyue hurriedly interrupted. Although Gu had saved him, Gu Beiyue was still impartial. He said, Seventh young master, you didn't pass the test, so you're wrong. Saving people is wrong too, Gu retorted angrily. Gu Beiyue, can you stay calm when you're watching Poison lass being burned by fire? Can you tell the difference between real and fake? Can you leave without saving her and leave with a brick? Seventh young master, you didn't walk out of the illusion. But they all walked out, didn't they? Gu Beiyue retorted. This was the truth. Gu didn't know when he would have walked out of the illusion if Long Fei hadn't shouted at him. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. Gu had nothing to say. He wiped away the blood and tears at the corner of his mouth and spat, To hell with the test. What the hell? You chatted with that Poison lass for so long, but you didn't realize she was fake? Long Fei's casual words had a deeper meaning. Gu had a chance to tell the difference, but unfortunately, he couldn't. At the critical moment, sacrificing one's life to save another was a kind of true love. However, this illusion was testing their familiarity with each other. It was testing whether they were familiar enough with each other, whether they understood each other, and whether they could distinguish between reality and illusion in a short time. Love was blind, but this illusion test was a test of rationality. How interesting! If they didn't even understand each other, how could they talk about love? Han Yunxi fell silent. She was also thinking about this problem. Gu Qixiao was a quick-witted man, so he understood Long Fei's sarcasm. He glanced at Han Yunxi and saw that Han Yunxi was also looking at him. He immediately averted his gaze. He complained coldly in his heart, "Do I have a chance to understand?" He didn't know if he didn't want to quarrel with Long Fei Yi or if he didn't want to make things difficult for Poison Lass, but he kept his complaints to himself. Seeing that the atmosphere had improved, Su Donglin quickly changed the topic. "That's strange. Why are you the only ones who entered the illusion? The three of us didn't?" Han Yunxi and the others had only met their sweethearts in the illusion. Could it be that Gu Beiwei and the others didn't have sweethearts in mind? How strange. Han Yunxi looked around. What the hell is this place? Everyone tacitly avoided the topic of the illusion. Long Fei Yi said, "We still haven't seen anything related to the poison sect. Let's keep looking." They'd already passed through the stone doors in the north, south, and east, but they'd all led to dead ends. Now, the only one left was Gu's western door. Han Yunxi and the others also found a stone door in Gu's palace. However, when the stone door was opened, something unexpected happened. Beyond the door was an ocean. In the blink of an eye, everything around him changed. There were no more stone walls, stone rooms, or palaces. All the walls had turned into mirrors that clearly reflected their figures. It was as if they were standing in a maze of mirrors. They couldn't tell who was who and who was who, which was the real path and which was the middle of the mirror. Long Fei Yi was very surprised, but he wasn't afraid or flustered. He gripped Han Yunxi's hand tightly and reached out to Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei naturally took his hand, not surprised at all. He also reached out to Gu. Gu didn't mind shaking hands with Gu Beiwei. He arched a brow at Long Fei Yi and didn't waste any words. Instead, he grabbed Gu Beiwei's cold hand. Seeing this, Su Donglin took Gu Qixiao's hand as well. Gu Qixiao didn't mind and didn't say a word. Although they'd never seen the mirror maze before, they'd all heard of it. It was easier to get lost in the mirror maze than in the other half of the maze. Moreover, if an illusion had appeared before, it could appear again now. In this way, it was possible to get lost in the mirror maze. Therefore, before they got separated and lost, the best way was to move together. Even if they got lost, they should get lost together. If they got lost, at least someone would remind them. Han Yunxi was happy. Long Fei Yi was holding her hand, Gu Beiwei and Gu were also holding hands with them. Only Bailey Mingxiang was left standing alone at the side. If it wasn't for Gu Beiwei's words, Su Donglin wouldn't have dared to bring her in. Gu Beiwei asked her to come in because he was worried that Bai Yanqing would suddenly appear when they weren't around. It would be disadvantageous to her. Su Donglin soon realized that Bailey Mingxiang was alone. He pulled his sleeve and was about to let Bailey Mingxiang grab it when Han Yunxi reached out to Han Yunxi. "Mingxiang, come here." Bailey Mingxiang looked over. Her eyes were sore. "Thank you, Princess." She was a little timid and carefully reached out her hand. Han Yunxi grabbed her hand and held it tightly. "Hold it properly. Don't get lost." "Your Highness, could it be that we've been in an illusion all this time?" Gu Beiwei asked suspiciously. They weren't in a hurry to find the exit. They had to at least figure out the situation. "It should be." Long Fei Yi agreed. If they weren't in an illusion, how could there be such a strange place with so many changes? Could it be that they were hallucinating because of the poison? This thought flashed through Han Yunxi's mind. She couldn't be sure and couldn't speculate too much. If it was a hallucination caused by the poison, then the people she saw weren't real. Even she wasn't real. Everything was just her hallucination. It was like a dream. If it was really a hallucination, when did it start? Did it start when they approached the altar or when they opened the door to the wordless monument? Where were their real bodies now? How were they supposed to wake up? There's an illusion within an illusion? Multiple illusions? Gu asked suspiciously. If they were still in an illusion, then wouldn't that illusion where the divine statue had turned into a raging inferno be an illusion within an illusion? Then won't we have to break through layer by layer? Su Donglin couldn't help exclaiming. Breaking through one layer of illusions was already difficult enough, but they still had to break through multiple layers? Who knew how many more illusions awaited them? Would it get harder and harder? Would they return to the real world after breaking through the illusions? Or would they end up in some mysterious place? They still hadn't seen anything related to the poison sect. Would this trip be in vain? It couldn't be that he was trapped here and couldn't get out, right? Everyone was a little lost. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It had to be said that this was the most fatal problem. How could they win without knowing who their enemy was? They were currently deep in the mirror tunnel, and there was only one path forward. Long Fei Yi was the calmest of them all. Let's go ahead and take a look first. Everyone held hands. Bailey Mingxiang led Han Yunxi to the front, so she led the way. She walked cautiously, afraid that something might go wrong. But despite her caution, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Just like that, they walked hand in hand for a while. Soon, they had no choice but to stop. There was a three-way fork in the road ahead, each leading in different directions. It was time to make a choice. This was something they were bound to encounter in the maze. Let's vote, Gu Beiyue said. Vote once every month. Give us a reason. We'll go to whichever door we get the most votes for. There's no reason to choose. It's just intuition, Han Yunxi said helplessly. Front, back, left, right, above their heads and below their feet were all mirrors. These three forks in the road reflected countless other paths in the mirror, making it easy to mistake them. Every path was the same. How were they supposed to choose? There was no sixth sense to make a choice in this unfamiliar environment. They could tell that the three forks in front of them were real and the ones reflected in the mirrors were fake. Their minds were already very clear. Let's try it out one by one. We'll leave a mark on the path we've taken, Gu Beiyue said. How do we leave a mark? Su Donglin couldn't help but ask. There was nothing here. It was all flat and smooth mirrors. His words reminded Long Fei Yi. He turned back to look at everyone and said, No need to walk. Break these mirrors. Of course, they couldn't break all the mirrors around them. If they broke all of them, they would be the ones injured. Long Fei Yi stepped on the mirror under his feet. His meaning was obvious. Long Fei Yi didn't need to explain. His gaze was enough for everyone to understand what to do. Everyone gripped each other's hands tightly. At Long Fei's command, all of them stomped viciously on the mirrors beneath their feet. At the same time, they rose into the air with the same rhythm, their legs straddling the mirrors on either side of the tunnel until they were suspended in midair. The cracks on the mirrors below quickly spread like ice breaking. They cracked 1,000 miles and spread rapidly in all directions. Soon, you will see the water under the broken mirror. Heavens, it was all water. It was very, very deep. Thinking back to the vast ocean they saw behind the stone door, everyone was shocked. Could this mirror maze be in the middle of the ocean? At this moment, the water under their feet suddenly began to rise. The bottom of the mirror maze was breaking, and the water kept rising. There was a limit to the height of the mirror maze. If this continued, they would be forced to the bottom by the water and drown. He only had one choice, and that was to find the exit of the maze as soon as possible before the water rose above their heads. Quickly find the exit, Han Yunxi said seriously. However, Chapter 976. Just as everyone was anxiously looking for the exit of the maze, Bailey Mingxiang, who had been silent for a long time, timidly opened her mouth. She said, Your Highness Princess, I'm not afraid of water. Once she said this, everyone immediately looked over. Although Bailey Mingxiang's voice was very soft and even timid, her words shocked everyone. That's right. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't afraid of water. She was a mermaid. With her around, no matter how big the water was, it wouldn't be a big problem for them. Gu asked in confusion, Bailey Mingxiang, why didn't you say so earlier that you have such great abilities? What are you afraid of? Gu didn't know Bailey Mingxiang at all. If Bailey Mingxiang hadn't said something that could save their lives, perhaps Gu wouldn't even look at her. Indeed, Bailey Mingxiang could save everyone. But why was she so timid? She should have said it openly and proudly, shouldn't she? Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi looked at each other. She smiled bitterly. Bailey Mingxiang was right beside her. How could she have forgotten about this girl? Gu Beiyue had spent the most time with the three of them, so he knew Bailey Mingxiang much better than Gu. In addition to Su Donglin's previous words, he could more or less see some clues. It's great that Miss Mingxiang is here. Miss Mingxiang, our lives are all in your hands, Gu Beiyue said seriously. He was entrusting her with an important task and also giving Bailey Mingxiang confidence. She was the daughter of the first wife of the mermaid clan. She definitely had the ability to protect people underwater, and she would far surpass those mermaid soldiers. After hearing Gu and Gu Beiyue's words, Bailey Mingxiang was much more confident. She looked at Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi and said seriously, Your Highness, Princess, Mingxiang will definitely not disappoint you. Please believe in Mingxiang. Han Yunxi not only nodded, but also patted her shoulder. Han Yunxi had seen the abilities of mermaids underwater, so she believed in Bailey Mingxiang. Although Long Feiyi was expressionless, he also nodded. He had indeed made a mistake and forgot about Bailey Mingxiang. Princess, let go of me first. There's still some time. Mingxiang will go into the water first to see what's going on, Bailey Mingxiang said. Han Yunxi, Bailey Mingxiang, and Bailey Mingxiang's mermaids, Bailey Mingxiang and Bailey Mingxiang. For Bailey Mingxiang, and Bailey Mingxiang's for Bailey Mingxiang for maids. For Mingxiang for Bailey. Is she really a fish? Gu Qishao asked doubtfully. Han Yunxi could not help but chuckle. Mermaids and fish were very different. Of course, Bailey Mingxiang only adapted to the water for a while. Soon, she was no longer so relaxed and slow. Instead, she quickly dove down and disappeared from everyone's sight. Gu immediately let go of Gu Beiyue's hand, jumped into the water, and chased after her. Soon, he emerged from the water again. The water is very deep. I can't see the bottom. Bailey Mingxiang is gone. Gu did not hide the suspicion in his heart. She's just looking around. Why did she run so far? Gu Qishao couldn't help but feel that there was something wrong with Bailey Mingxiang's timidity just then. He just couldn't understand why she was so awkward when she could save people. Therefore, he was not very relieved. After all, they were in a very dangerous situation. There was no time to maneuver or retreat. She has her reasons, Gu Beiyue answered. Miss Mingxiang is reliable. Don't worry. Naturally, he could hear Gu Qishao's suspicions, but he didn't suspect Bailey Mingxiang at all. Firstly, he had worked with Bailey Mingxiang for a long time and knew Bailey Mingxiang's character. Secondly, the mermaid clan would not dare to betray Long Feiyi, especially Bailey Mingxiang. She had never betrayed Han Yunxi, let alone betray Long Feiyi. Seeing that Gu Beiyue was so sure, Gu looked at Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Seeing that they were very calm and did not say anything, he could not be bothered to say anything. Since all three of them believed in him, there shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, the water had already covered half of the mirror wall. There was not much space left for them to leave. In a few moments the water was over their legs. Han Yunxi and the others simply jumped into the water. Like Gu, they floated on the water and stuck their heads out. Long Feiyi pulled Han Yunxi over and let Han Yunxi borrow his strength to float to the surface. Han Yunxi firmly refused. It's okay. I can hold on. To float on the water like this, her feet had to keep paddling. It was very difficult. She did not want to add to Long Feiyi's burden. Everyone waited, but who knew that after waiting for a long time, the distance between the water and the top of the mirror maze was only ahead. If they waited any longer, the water would drown their heads. However, Bailey Mingxiang had not arrived yet. Long Feiyi, is that subordinate of yours reliable? Gu had never been so patient. He finally directly questioned Long Feiyi. If they had not listened to Bailey Mingxiang earlier, they might have been able to find the exit. But now, the entire mirror maze was about to be flooded. Bailey Mingxiang had not returned yet. What the hell did she do? Since she was a mermaid, she should be able to sense how high the water level was rising. She should know that their situation was getting more and more dangerous. She should have come back long ago. Although they were not completely submerged, it was already too late for them to find the exit. They were basically waiting for death here. The water continued to rise, and the speed did not slow down at all. They were really about to be submerged. Long Fei took out the tear of holding. This thing was like a teardrop. It was a token to summon mermaids. Who knew that the tear of holding actually failed? Although they were in an illusion, Bailey Mingxiang was also in an illusion. It was impossible for her not to hear Long Fei's summons. Something happened to her? Long Fei exclaimed. Bailey Mingxiang was now everyone's last hope. If something happened to her, everyone was finished. Gu made a prompt decision to sink into the water again. Su Donglin followed closely behind. Gu Beiwei also wanted to go down, but unfortunately, his body was not big. Soaking in the water for too long would damage his vitality. Moreover, he had to hold his breath. He could only watch and wait. Long Fei and Han Yunxi did not go down either. Both of them looked at Gu Beiwei with a complicated expression. Bailey Mingxiang was a mermaid. Once she entered the water, she was like a fish in water. Unless she was too tired or met with a strong impact, she would basically be fine. Back then, when the Sand River flooded, many mermaid soldiers died at the bottom of the Sand River. Firstly, they were too tired. Secondly, they were crushed to death by the huge rocks that fell from the mountain torrent. This body of water was still calm and peaceful. What kind of impact could there be? Very quickly, Gu and Su Donglin floated up. At this moment, they had no choice but to hold their heads against the top of the mirror maze. The water was already at their chins. It was impossible to say that they were not anxious. Whether it was Long Fei, Han Yunxi, or Gu Beiwei, their expressions were not good. It's very deep down. We can't reach the bottom. We swam to the left and right respectively, but we can't see the end. The mirror maze is too big. Even if we use turtle breathing technique, we can't hold on. Gu said loudly. Based on what he and Su Donglin had found out, it was very likely that they were trapped in the ocean by the mirror maze. Just as they were speaking, the water had already reached their mouth. Everyone had to raise their heads to speak and not drink water. Bailey Mingxiang had wasted everyone's time to find a way out. After listening to Gu's analysis, Long Fei and Han Yunxi did not say anything. Gu Beiwei's eyes were also filled with complex emotions. Water waited for no one. Gu did not have the patience to wait for anyone. He finally got angry. Long Fei, is Bailey Mingxiang playing with us? It's so calm and peaceful. What could happen to her? Don't tell me that your mermaid soldiers are so weak. Gu spat out a mouthful of water as soon as he finished speaking. The water had already reached their mouths and half of their heads. There was no way out. Break the mirror wall above. Long Fei said coldly. It was not a discussion but an order. He had been waiting for Bailey Mingxiang to appear. He did not believe in Bailey Mingxiang. He believed in the mermaid race. However, at this moment, he could only give up. It was very risky to break the mirror wall above them. Otherwise, he would have asked everyone to break it. What if there was also water above the mirror? What they saw outside the stone door was water that covered the sky and earth. This mirror maze was most likely floating in the middle of the ocean. If that was the case, they would not even have time to struggle. They would be drowned directly. Now, there was no other way. Long Fei could only take a gamble. Actually, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei had already thought of this way out. When Bailey Mingxiang was not their only hope, the mirror wall above them became their last hope. Smash it! Han Yunxi made a prompt decision. Gu Qishao was too lazy to speak. He punched at the mirror above his head and immediately dodged out of the way. Before Han Yunxi and the rest could hit it, water gushed in crazily from the hole that Gu had created. At the same time, the top of the mirror wall began to crack. It looked like it was about to collapse. It was over. Long Feiyi held Han Yunxi's hand tightly. The two of them held their breath. The moment the water flooded them, they both sank into the water. Su Donglin protected Gu Beiwei and also sank into the water. Gu did not move. He held his breath and let the water flood him with a gloomy face. When the water flooded, the entire ceiling of the mirror maze collapsed. Once the ceiling collapsed, all the mirror walls collapsed as well, silently breaking apart in the water and scattering everywhere. Countless mirror fragments floated in the water like snowflakes flying in the sky. It was very beautiful. However, all of this was very cruel to Han Yunxi and the rest. They floated in the vast water. They could not see the top or the shore. They could not see anything. There was only water in all directions. This seemed to be a world of water. There was no shore. However, they were not fish. They were not mermaids. They could not live in the water for a long time. They would die. Time would kill them. Long Feiyi pointed to the front and gestured for everyone to swim over and take a look. Who would have thought that just as everyone gathered together, the mirrors flying in the sky shattered, as if they were suddenly controlled by some kind of power, and attacked them. Chapter 977. Just as the mirror fragments were flying towards Han Yunxi and the rest from all directions, there was a sudden burst of light which was so dazzling that everyone unconsciously closed their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes again, they realized that they were no longer soaked in water. They were surrounded by a gigantic light ball. The outside of the light ball was filled with water, but there were no water stains inside the light ball. Everyone was dry. Everyone did not need to hold their breath, and their breathing was very smooth. Han Yunxi, Long Feiyi and Su Donglin were not unfamiliar with this. This was the mermaid clan's flowing light ball, which could separate people from water. When the mermaid soldiers rescued Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi from Lost Void Lake, they also used the flowing light ball. Flowing light ball was a skill that every mermaid had, but the size and duration of the flowing light ball varied from person to person. As the first daughter of the mermaid clan, Bailey Mingxiang's ability in this aspect was much stronger than ordinary mermaid soldiers. And the energy of the flowing light ball would also change according to the condition of the owner's body. From the brightness and stability of this flowing light ball, Long Feiyi could tell that Bailey Mingxiang should be injured. Gu Beiwei and Gu were unfamiliar with this. Initially they thought that this was another illusion, but when they saw Bailey Mingxiang swimming outside, they understood what was going on. Thank goodness! At the last moment, this lass had finally rushed over. Gu touched the wall of the flowing light ball, but it was as if he had touched a circle of air, and it did not feel like a real wall. He sized it up in disbelief and muttered to himself, "So powerful, why didn't you appear earlier?" That's right. With Bailey Mingxiang's ability, it would be easy for her to save them in the water. What was she doing just now? Why did she only rush over now? Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang without saying anything. Bailey Mingxiang circled around the lightstream ball and waved at Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Then, she immediately turned around and swam quickly to the side. As she swam away, the lightstream ball seemed to have been ordered and flew after her. At first, the water was calm, but not long after, Long Feiyi was the first to sense that something was wrong. There's something under the water. Less than half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Long Fei's words were followed by the sight of bubbles rising from the depths of the water. Gradually, more and more bubbles appeared, growing denser and denser. What was going on? What happened? Han Yunxi asked. Long Feiyi shook his head. He rarely went into the water and had never encountered such a thing in the water. Ask Bailey Mingxiang. Why didn't she say anything? Gu asked. She's outside, so we can't hear her voice. I can't hear anything from the outside either, Long Fei explained. If he guessed correctly, there should be a lot of movement in the water outside, but they didn't feel much and could only see the bubbles. Bailey Mingxiang seemed to be fleeing with them, but how serious was her injury? Otherwise, with her normal speed in the water, she shouldn't be like this. Just as everyone was talking, suddenly, a huge wave rose from the depths of the water, lifting the entire light stream ball high and flying upwards. Long Feiyi quickly hugged Han Yunshi tightly and squatted down in a horse stance. Only then did the two of them not fly out. Gu and the other two weren't spared. The three of them flew over and over in the light stream ball and couldn't stop at all. Soon, Long Feiyi freed one hand and pulled out the long whip from his waist and threw it at Gu Beiwei. Grab it! As soon as Gu Beiwei grabbed the whip, Long Fei yanked him over so he could use his body as leverage to steady himself. Long Feiyi threw the second whip and it fell between Gu and Su Donglin. Unfortunately, just as it fell, the light stream ball was hit by the huge wave that rushed up. The whole ball trembled, and Gu and Su Donglin rolled to the side. Long Feiyi threw the long whip for the third time. This time, it fell directly on Su Donglin. Su Donglin grabbed it and Long Feiyi pulled him over. Look after Gu Beiwei, Long Feiyi said coldly. Su Donglin was resentful. He was responsible for protecting Gu Beiwei. Now, it seemed that he had neglected his duty. With Gu Beiwei's sickly body, if he was hit a few more times, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Below their feet, huge waves surged up one after another. Each wave was more violent than the previous. If they didn't find a place to stand at the beginning, it would be really difficult to stabilize their feet. Gu stood down, but before he could circulate his qi, the light stream ball was hit by a huge wave again. His whole body was sent flying. Long Feiyi didn't seem to have any intention of saving him, and he didn't expect Long Feiyi to help him. Han Yunshi's thoughts were on the outside. She saw Bailey Mingxiang's figure bobbing up and down in the huge waves, sometimes visible and sometimes not. What exactly is Mingxiang doing? She couldn't help but ask. As soon as she said that, she saw a huge water snake suddenly fly out from under the light stream ball. Han Yunshi was shocked. If Long Feiyi hadn't hugged her, she would have jumped up. It was too scary. This water snake was very huge, twice as big as the 10,000-year poisonous python they had encountered before. The snake's body needed 3 people to wrap around. The snake's body was completely black, and there were no scales. If it wasn't for its big movements, perhaps Han Yunshi and the others wouldn't have noticed its existence. His body could even merge with the darkness of the surrounding water. The scariest thing was that they hadn't seen the snake's head and tail yet, but they saw a black body rushing up. As soon as this huge water snake rushed up, the water immediately calmed down. Gu finally steadied himself and immediately cast a cold gaze at Long Feiyi. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi ignored it. Everyone began to look for the snake's head and tail, and for a moment, they forgot about Bailey Mingxiang. Han Yunshi anxiously asked, "Where's Mingxiang? Why is she missing?" As soon as she said that, the light stream ball suddenly trembled, and a huge snake head suddenly appeared behind Han Yunshi and the others, opening its bloody mouth. Gu was frightened for the first time in his life. This bloody mouth was so huge that it could swallow 4 or 5 people in one breath. Han Yunshi and the others didn't react. Gu pointed behind them. "Poison girl, you, behind you!" Han Yunshi and the others immediately turned around and saw a scarlet tongue and huge fangs behind them. It was very close. If it wasn't for the protection of the light stream ball, the 4 of them would have been swallowed by the huge water snake. Even with the protection of the light stream ball, they were still worried and retreated. The huge water snake seemed to be measuring the size of the light stream ball with its mouth, wanting to swallow it in one gulp. Han Yunshi was horrified, but she still didn't forget about Bailey Mingxiang. "Could Mingxiang have been swallowed by it?" she asked anxiously. "As long as the light stream ball is still here, she's still alive." "She must have been trapped by this snake just now," Long Feiyi said. He looked left and right, estimating that the snake had really grown. He pondered how long it would take to kill the snake if they left the light stream ball. If she was swallowed, then she's still alive in the snake's stomach. But she'll suffocate to death very soon. Han Yunshi said seriously. Gu and the others also began to look around, but they didn't see Bailey Mingxiang anywhere. Long Feiyi, we have to go out and save her. Han Yunshi said seriously. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they had to save Bailey Mingxiang. They couldn't leave Bailey Mingxiang alone. Moreover, if something happened to Bailey Mingxiang and the lightstream ball broke, they would all die. In this lightstream ball, they could leave at will, but without Bailey Mingxiang's help, they would never be able to enter again. You guys go and find out where she is first, Long Feiyi said in a low voice. He kept staring at the big water snake, pondering what kind of speed and swordsmanship he should use to get rid of this big water snake without causing too many waves and affecting the people in the lightstream ball. This big water snake was really too big. The waves that kept coming up just now must have been caused by the big water snake swimming upstream. Once he went out and fought with the big water snake, if he didn't end the battle quickly, who knew how big of a wave it would cause? Suddenly Han Yunshi shouted, Bailey Mingxiang is there. Over there. Bailey Mingxiang was right below the lightstream ball, floating out of the dusky water. At such a close distance, Han Yunshi could see her face clearly. Her body, her clothes were already torn and covered in scars. There were also several scars on her delicate face, as if she had been scratched by something sharp. Han Yunshi didn't dare to make a sound, and the group of men beside her also didn't make a sound. Bailey Mingxiang was seen holding a long sword, quietly bypassing the lightstream ball, and approaching the big water snake's head. At this time, the big water snake was still quite quiet, but it kept opening its mouth, really wanting to eat the lightstream ball in one bite. Bailey Mingxiang was already very close, but it still didn't notice. Everyone's gaze followed Bailey Mingxiang, and they also became nervous. Suddenly, Bailey Mingxiang stopped. Seeing her movements, everyone knew that she was about to make a move. If her sword was fast and accurate enough, she would be able to chop off the big water snake's head from her position. Once the snake's head was chopped off, it would be over. Seeing that Bailey Mingxiang was about to make a move, who knew that Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi would speak at the same time? I'll go out. Long Feiyi, we can't let Mingxiang take such a big risk. There was a group of men here, and besides Gu Beiwei, their martial arts were all above Bailey Mingxiang's. How could they let a girl take such a big risk? If she couldn't kill the big water snake with one strike, wouldn't the big water snake bite her and not let her go? Since Bailey Mingxiang was currently safe, they had no worries. Long Feiyi alone was enough to kill the water snake. Long Feiyi wanted to leave the lightstream ball, but Han Yunshi didn't let go of his hand. I'll go with you. Okay. Long Feiyi didn't refuse. As soon as they came out, Gu also followed closely behind, leaving Su Donglin alone in the lightstream ball to protect Gu Beiwei. Just as the big water snake closed its mouth and was about to open it, it immediately found that someone came out of the lightstream ball, and at the same time, it also found Bailey Mingxiang. When Bailey Mingxiang saw that His Highness, the princess, and Gu all came out to help, her tears immediately flowed out. Chapter 978. Bailey Mingxiang rarely cried. She only cried when she was enduring the pain of the beauty's blood and when she was angered by Su Xiaoyu. She had already forgotten how long it had been since she cried. But at this moment, her eyes were brimming with tears. Only when she cried in the water could she not see her tears. She had just dived into the water when she was swept down by the snake's tail, all the way to the bottom of the water. She spent a lot of effort to get rid of the snake and escape. She did not dare to use the lightstream ball. She was afraid that once she used it to protect herself, she would not be able to protect His Highness and the princess. Her strength was limited. She desperately swam upstream. When she saw that the entire mirror maze had disappeared, she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly used the lightstream ball to protect His Highness and the princess. After using the lightstream ball, she did not have much strength left, so she could not take them away as quickly as possible. If it was not for the fact that she wanted to save His Highness and the princess, she might have already given up. When she was about to draw her sword and make a move, she was actually very nervous. Her heart was trembling, but she had to force herself to hold it in. She really wanted to turn around and look into the lightstream ball. She really wanted to ask His Highness and the princess for help. As long as His Highness and the others could kill the snake, she would still have the strength to send them into the lightstream ball. Moreover, she would definitely be able to hold on and ensure that the lightstream ball would not shatter before she found the exit. But she did not dare to look at them, did not dare to ask for their help. She did not know when it started, but in front of them, she had become very careful. Originally, when she heard that she could return to the army, she felt that she had been redeemed. But now, she still continued to repay her debt. Her heart was tormented day and night, punishing her love that she should not have. Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunxi and quickly swam to Bailey Mingxiang's side. Gu followed closely behind and landed on the other side of Bailey Mingxiang. They all held their breaths and couldn't speak to her. His Highness kept staring at the big water snake and didn't look at her, but the princess's gaze fell on her. The princess was currently examining the wounds on Bailey Mingxiang's body. Bailey Mingxiang's heart was filled with all sorts of feelings as she stared blankly at the princess. She wanted nothing more than to reach out and hug the princess tightly. It was just like how the princess had hugged her and given her strength when she was in pain because of the beauty's blood. She really wanted to explain to the princess that she had liked His Highness since she was young. She had liked His Highness even before the princess met His Highness. When she was young, she was tortured by the beauty's blood until she wished she was dead, so she jumped into the lotus pond to commit suicide. Even though she was a mermaid and did not know how to swim, she did not use any of the mermaid's skills. She just wanted to die. It was His Highness who had saved her. It was His Highness who had given her a reason to live. This quiet and unknown love had already existed 5 or 6 years before His Highness met the princess. It was deeply rooted in his heart. She couldn't control her heart, but she had never thought of competing with the princess for anything. She had always remembered the princess's kindness to her. If she could, she was willing to change, but she couldn't. His Highness and the princess had both saved her life, but the princess had given her more warmth. How could she betray her? She had never been an ungrateful and insatiable person. If she had an obsession, it was definitely not with His Highness, but with the relationship between her and His Highness and the princess as master and servant. She really wanted to go back to the past, before the secret in her heart was revealed to the public. Bailey Mingxiang lowered her head. Han Yunxi couldn't see her face, but she couldn't care so much for the time being, because the big water snake was slowly stretching its head towards them. Long Fei Yi shielded Han Yunxi behind him. Han Yunxi reached out and pulled Bailey Mingxiang over without thinking. Gu and Long Fei Yi stood side by side, and the two men faced the big water snake. However, just as Long Fei Yi raised his sword, in an instant everything shattered. It was as if the whole world had shattered. The big water snake disappeared into thin air, and the water seemed to be disappearing too. Everyone only felt waves of dizziness, and very soon, everything around them changed, turning into a stone room. They were clearly awake and had opened their eyes, but they couldn't understand how everything around them had suddenly become like this. It seemed that the mirror maze was also an illusion. Long Fei Yi immediately looked at Han Yunxi. "Are you okay?" Han Yunxi pinched her temples. "I'm fine. How about you?" "I'm fine," Long Fei Yi answered. Gu Qishao craned his neck as he looked around. The light stream ball had long disappeared. Gu Beiyue and Su Donglin weren't far away, and they were also looking around. Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang and stuffed a handkerchief into her hand. There was no trace of tears in the water, but the rims of her eyes were clearly red. Bailey Mingxiang clenched the handkerchief, not daring to look up. Han Yunxi didn't have time to worry about her, because she quickly followed Long Fei Yi and the others and noticed that this stone room was different from the previous ones. The walls of this stone room were covered in murals. One of them was exactly the same as the one on the poison sex altar. Even the precious flowers and plants on the glazed walls had been carved onto it. Han Yunxi quickly walked towards the wall where the flowers and plants were carved. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the flowers and leaves were all lifelike and lifelike. Moreover, every single one of them had a unique fruit growing out of it. Long Fei Yi and the others also walked over and noticed this detail. This shouldn't be an illusion, right? Gu asked. A complicated look flitted through Han Yunxi's eyes. Quick, let's split up and finish looking at the murals on the walls. Otherwise, they'll disappear. There must be a lot of things recorded on these murals. Perhaps there was something they were looking for. Everyone agreed with Han Yunxi's words and immediately split up. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi stayed by the western wall to study the altar. Gu headed south while Gu Beiyue and Su Donglin headed north. Bailey Mingxiang didn't stay idle either. She quickly calmed down and headed to the eastern wall. It took a long time for everyone to figure out the details of their respective murals. The western wall depicted the poison sex sacrificial ceremonies, as well as the origins of the poison sex forbidden grounds. Medical City had existed long before the Eastern and Western Qin imperial clans unified Cloud Realm continent. It was only after the Eastern and Western Qin empires were destroyed that Medical City's power began to grow. Medical City and the poison sect that grew out of it had a long history. However, the poison sect's forbidden grounds had a much longer history than Medical City's poison sect. In ancient times, the poison sect's forbidden grounds were a gathering place for a group of venomous wolves. They called themselves the Snow Wolf Clan, and the venomous snow wolves they worshipped were neither alive nor dead. They could only be destroyed by a mysterious power. In the poison sect's forbidden grounds, a pack of venomous wolves had gathered around the sky pit. Later on, they were all killed by someone with a mysterious power, leaving behind only a single cub that managed to survive in the depths of the sky pit. The Snow Wolf clan feared that force, so they changed their names and hid in the forests of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. They rarely showed themselves. They erected a wordless stele in the western forest to commemorate the snow wolves and built a sacrificial altar to worship them every year. The Snow Wolf clan had the power of the poison storage space, so they could cultivate their poison arts to an extremely high level. The poison fruits in the glazed walls had been dug out from the poison sect's sky pit by the Snow Wolf cub. There were 10 of them in total, and they needed 300 years to bloom and bear fruit. The fruits would only be ripe and usable after that. Later on, the Snow Wolf clan's numbers dwindled, and Medical City took over the former city of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Once Medical City was established, it split off from the poison sect and took over the entire back mountain. The daughter of the Snow Wolf clan and the head of the poison sect secretly married each other. Together, they controlled the forbidden grounds of the poison sect. With the Snow Wolf clan's help, the poison sect began to plant poisonous plants in the forbidden ground. Gradually, the poison sect began to develop. Seeing this, Han Yunxi couldn't help exclaiming, "The poison sect hid the matter of the Snow Wolf clan from Medical City." Long Fei Yi was shocked by something else. Lil Thing, could it be that cub? It had to be said that this possibility was too great. Lil Thing was undying and indestructible. Heaven knows how long it had lived. As expected, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi continued to read and saw murals and words describing how the Snow Wolf cub grew up and became the poison sect's poison beast. Snow Wolves and the Snow Wolf clan were connected mentally, so they could enter the Snow Wolf clan's poison storage space to cultivate. They were supposed to be worshipped, but they ended up as pets? If the little thing were to recall these things, what would it feel like? Long Fei Yi said to Han Yunxi, "It looks like you have the Snow Wolf clan's blood in you as well." "No wonder Lil Thing recognized me and was so close to me," Han Yunxi smiled. The two of them continued to read, and the murals and words began to talk about the poison sect raising poison goo humans. When the poison sect members saw that the snow wolves were undying and indestructible, they tried to figure out the reason for their immortality. Later, they found a large patch of withered poisonous plants in the sky pit without any fruit. There were a total of 49 types of poisonous plants in this patch, and the 10 stalks of poisonous plants planted on the altar's glazed wall were among them. Han Yunshi was shocked. So the poison sect suspected that the snow wolves ate these poisonous fruits to become undying and indestructible? Long Feiyi was also surprised. He thought that the snow wolves were born with this constitution, but it turned out that they ate it too. As they continued reading, they discovered that the poison sect had collected 49 types of dead poisonous plants to study and refine their toxins. They were also studying them together with the 10 living poisonous plants in the colored glass wall in an attempt to create a medicine that could make people immortal and indestructible. In order to confuse people, they called them poison goo humans and made people think that they were nurtured. In reality, they didn't need to be nurtured and only needed to take medicine. This was what was recorded on the western wall. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi impatiently looked to the south, wanting to know what was going on next. This secret room's walls, murals, and words were like the annals of the poison sect's history. In the south, Gu was also stunned. He turned to Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi and said, "I know how the perplexing butterfly illusion came about." Chapter 979. The southern wall of the secret room recorded the origins of the perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi asked in unison, "How did it come about?" Listening to Gu was much faster than looking at the murals and words. Those murals and words had to be combined to understand them, so understanding them was a bit taxing. If they didn't know the poison sect's past, they really wouldn't understand. Gu's expression was rarely this serious as he said, "The poison sect really did come up with a secret recipe for raising poison goo humans." Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi had only seen the murals say that the poison sect was developing something. They didn't expect them to actually succeed. Han Yunshi turned to look at the murals on the southern wall as she asked Gu, "What does this have to do with the perplexing butterfly illusion?" The poison sect's people collected 49 dead poisonous plants and refined them into toxins. Together with the 10 living poisonous plants in the colored glass wall, they developed a medicine called the poison pill. After taking this pill, a person will gradually turn into a poison goo human within a year. They won't die, and will only age. Gu glanced at Long Feiyi as he spoke. The perplexing butterfly illusion is made from the remains of 49 poisonous herbs. They mashed them up and mixed them with 10,000-year corpse water. It took them 3 years to create this pill. The perplexing butterfly illusion can cure. Before Gu could finish, Long Feiyi murmured to himself, "It can cure the poison of the poison pills." Gu Beiyue and the others all looked over at these words. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that the antidote they'd spent so much effort on guarding against and searching for was actually perplexing butterfly illusion. Who would have thought that perplexing butterfly illusion and poison goo humans had such a complicated relationship? Where did those 49 poisonous herbs come from in the sky pit? Are there any more of them in the pit? Gu Beiyue asked hastily. If there are still poisonous herbs in the sky pit, doesn't that mean they can concoct more perplexing butterfly illusion and poison pills? Han Yunshi immediately told them about the contents of the murals, the origins of the Blood Wolf clan, and how the poison sect and Blood Wolf clan merged into one. Everyone was even more incredulous after hearing this. "Then we don't have to fear Bai Yanqing anymore," Su Donglin said excitedly. Long Feiyi continued, "The perplexing butterfly illusion can cure goo humans, but it has to be paired with the poison of the 5 elements and the 4 poison blood. That's why we still can't do anything to Bai Yanqing." Han Yunshi smiled bitterly. Perplexing poison goo's poison, poisons and earth, success. Among the 5 elemental poisons, The metal of 10,000 poisons and the fire of 10,000 poisons were still missing. Of the poison beast poisons. Lil Thing hasn't recovered from the poison beast's blood yet, and it's still trapped by Yanqing. At this, everyone looked towards Gu Qishao. Long Fei asked coldly, Gu Qishao, how did you know how to break through perplexing butterfly illusion? The perplexing butterfly illusion was a mystery. There was a legend that whoever obtained the perplexing butterfly illusion would own the world. How did this legend come about? And how did Gu know that the blood of the 5 elements and the 4 poison blood were needed to break the perplexing butterfly illusion? I dug it out from the ruins of Water Cloud Palace. Gu recalled. I was 15 years old at the time. I dug up many treasures in Water Cloud Palace and sold them for silver at the black market. I happened to stumble upon a sheepskin scroll that said that only the poison of the 5 elements and the 4 poison blood could break the perplexing butterfly illusion. Could it have been left behind by the poison sect's ancestors? Han Yunxi asked suspiciously. Although they didn't know where this place was, the secrets wouldn't have stayed here forever. The poison sect's history, the secrets of the perplexing butterfly illusion and the poison Gu humans must have been in the hands of the poison sect's direct descendants and passed down through the generations. Perhaps Yanqing, a direct descendant of the poison sect, knew everything as well, which was why he was so anxious to find the perplexing butterfly illusion. The murals didn't contain any detailed information about the poison fruit's recipe. Could it be that Yanqing had taken control of the recipe and plucked the fruit from the glass wall to make the poison pills? Long Fei Ye's mother had expended a great deal of effort and even sacrificed Long Fei Ye's father to obtain the perplexing butterfly illusion. If Yanqing was a direct descendant of the poison sect and had the recipe for the poison fruit, why hadn't he taken control of the perplexing butterfly illusion back then? Yanqing had too many mysteries about him. Han Yunxi's doubts were the same as everyone else's. However, they didn't have time to think too much about it. Han Yunxi continued to read the records and saw that the murals on the southern wall no longer contained any information. They were all about preparations for the sacrificial ceremony. Your Highness, Princess, come over here and take a look. The wordless steel and the poison storage space are mentioned here, Gu Beiwe said. Although Han Yunxi had already understood the rules and cultivation of the poison storage space from the dreamscape of the wordless steel, the records on the wall were definitely different from the ones on the steel. Otherwise, the wordless steel's records would be unnecessary. Han Yunxi and the others hurried over to the northern wall. The murals took up most of the space, but there were very few words. Only someone as smart as Gu Beiwe would be able to figure it out so quickly. The murals on the northern wall recorded the origins of the poison storage space. The poison storage space wasn't owned by the poison sect, but a skill unique to the Snow Wolf clan's priests. After the Snow Wolf clan and the poison sect merged through marriage, the priests became the direct descendants of the poison sect and inherited the poison storage space. Only those with talent could activate the poison storage space and use it for themselves. In that case, Poison Lass and Yanqing aren't just direct descendants of the poison sect, they're also descendants of the Snow Wolf clan. Gu said. Nonsense. Long Fei Yi didn't seem too happy to classify Han Yunxi and Yanqing as the same kind. Gu suddenly exclaimed, That's not right. If the descendants of the Snow Wolf clan's priests didn't marry someone from Medical City's poison sect, they could also have a poison storage space. These words reminded Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi of something. That was indeed possible. Han Yunxi and Yanqing, one was a direct descendant of the poison sect, while the other was a pure descendant of the Snow Wolf clan priest. In that case, they might not be related by blood. Long Fei gave Gu Qishao a rare nod of approval. I hope so. Although it was just a guess, it was better than having no hope at all. Gu Beiwe pulled everyone back to reality. Now wasn't the time to speculate, there were more important matters at hand. Princess, Your Highness, look over here. Gu Beiyue's hand lightly touched a mural on the northern wall. It depicted none other than an altar and a wordless stele. There was a large paragraph of strange text around it that Han Yunxi couldn't understand. What are these words? Su Donglin had never seen them before. Bailey Mingxiang also looked over and shook his head. These are ancient Sanskrit. Gu looked sloppy, but he was actually quite knowledgeable. Long Feiyi didn't say a word as he continued to read line by line. These words recorded the secret of the wordless stele. Back then, there was a high priest of the Snow Wolf clan who broke through to the third level of the poison storage space. However, he continued to cultivate until his cultivation suddenly went berserk. His blood spilled over the wordless stele, and he died beside it. However, something inconceivable happened. His poison storage space didn't disappear with his death, but attached itself to the wordless stele. Any high priest's blood could open a door to the wordless stele and enter the space. After the third level, the poison storage space turned into a sealed stone room that had nothing to do with poison. Here? Han Yunxi asked incredulously. Everyone wanted to know the answer as well. Could this stone room they were in be the high priest's poison storage space? It should be here? Long Feiyi said indifferently. It is here. Gu Beiyue was also certain. Later on, the Snow Wolf clan merged with the poison sect. They were afraid that the power that destroyed the Snow Wolves would notice them again, so they hid the Snow Wolf clan's past, including their name. The Snow Wolf clan carved their origins and subsequent history into this space, hoping that their history wouldn't be forgotten by future generations. Anyone who could open the door to the wordless stele and enter this space had to be a descendant of a high priest. Blood was the key to opening the door. However, not every awakener could enter the stone room. Many of the high priest's descendants had entered this space, but because they were trapped in an illusion created by their obsessions, they were thrown out of the space after 7 days and 7 nights, never to see the stone room again. As for those who successfully entered the stone room, they only needed to leave a bloodstain in the stone room to reopen the door to the wordless stele. Obsessions. Han Yunxi muttered to herself. Thinking back to the illusion they'd created earlier, could it have all been caused by obsessions? At first, it was her, Long Feiyi, and Gu's obsessions that had created the illusion. She and Long Feiyi had broken through their obsessions, but Gu hadn't. If they hadn't woken Gu up, wouldn't Gu have been trapped for 7 days and 7 nights before leaving? And whose obsessions were the labyrinth of mirrors and the deep-sea serpent? Han Yunxi didn't have time to think about it. At the very least, they'd managed to break through their obsessions and reach this place. It wasn't just this question. They'd learned too much here, but there were also many, many questions that they didn't have time to consider or investigate. Right now, the most important thing was to clarify everything that was recorded here. Everyone walked towards the eastern wall, but Bailey Mingxiang had already looked over the entire wall. The eastern wall's painting was the simplest and had no words. It was a painting of a person cultivating beside the wordless monument. Other than that, there was nothing else. That's it? What does it mean? Gu asked curiously. Who is this cultivating person? Gu Beiyue got to the crux of the matter. The poison sect's poison techniques weren't cultivated, but practiced. Thus, this person must be cultivating the poison storage space. Was this painting meant to emphasize the location of cultivation, the person cultivating, or the matter of cultivation itself? Since the stone wall had records of the poison Gu humans, it meant that after the Snow Wolf clan and Medical City's poison sect had secretly merged, someone else had entered this space and recorded the poison sect's event. Had the recording stopped after the poison sect was destroyed? Was that why the painting on the wall hadn't been completed? Han Yunxi's group searched around in all directions, but didn't find any hidden passageways or hidden messages. This was all they could learn in this stone room. Although they knew a lot, the more they learned, the more questions they had. Long Feiyi said indifferently, "Let's go out first and discuss more. It's getting dark outside." At these words, Han Yunxi understood. It really was time for them to leave. Chapter 980. Long Fei said that it was dark and it was time to go out. Han Yunxi understood, Gu Beiwei also understood, Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin also faintly guessed the reason. But Gu Qishao was completely lost. He had a baffled look as he asked, Long Fei, how do you know that it's dark outside? Ever since they entered this space, they lost the concept of time. God knows how long they had been in the illusion and how long they had been here. If not for Long Fei's words, Gu would have thought that they had been in here for several days. Long Fei shot a glance at Gu but didn't answer. Gu was really annoyed that Long Fei didn't answer his question, so he looked towards Han Yunxi. Poison lass, it's dark, why are you in such a hurry to go out? It's not like we can't go out when it's dark. It's dark, it's time for Han Yunxi and Long Fei's dual cultivation. The cultivation of the lust-bite power had a cycle, and Long Fei estimated the time based on the cycle of the changes in his inner strength. The closer it was to the dual cultivation time, the lust-bite power in his body would gradually become restless. Although Han Yunxi didn't feel that there was a need to hide this matter from Gu, but the lust-bite power was Long Fei's matter, so Han Yunxi naturally didn't have the authority to tell Gu. She smiled and said, I don't know either. Gu wasn't stupid and could tell that this bunch of people were hiding a secret from him, so he didn't ask further. He thought that tonight he would just stay by Han Yunxi's side and not leave. He wanted to see what Long Fei wanted to do in such a hurry to go out. Han Yunxi gently bit her finger and dripped the blood on the stone wall. After the blood was absorbed by the stone wall, in an instant, all they could see was darkness, and there was nothing beneath their feet. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. He kept falling, and the wind whistled in his ears. However, it was not as long as the previous time. This time they landed quickly. As soon as he steadied himself, the whole world was still dark, because the sky was very dark. The poison sex altar was so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers in front of their faces. Gu hurriedly took out a night pearl so that everyone could see each other clearly. As soon as the luminous pearls lit up, the poison guards who were lying in ambush immediately came out. Each of them was overjoyed. Your Highness, Princess, you're finally back, the poison guard said happily. He was really afraid that they would never return. Did anyone break in? Long Fei asked. No. No one has barged in since this morning, and there are no traces of humans around. The poison guard replied truthfully. Continue to stand guard. If there is any movement, immediately report to me. Long Fei said. Fortunately, the door to the wordless steel wasn't easy to open. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if too many people knew about the Snow Wolf clan's secret. Just as everyone was about to head back, Han Yunxi suddenly remembered something. She said to Su Donglin, Find some sand tomorrow and seal the wordless steel and the glass wall. They had already seen everything in the stone room, so there was no need to go in for now. Sealing the wordless steel and the glass wall would prevent others from discovering the secret and create a false impression. If that mysterious person from before hadn't been Bai Yanqing, then Bai Yanqing would still be unaware that they had entered the wordless steel's space and learned so many secrets. Don't worry, Princess. This subordinate will have someone find sand tonight and work through the night. We'll definitely seal it all up by noon tomorrow. I guarantee that it'll be exactly the same as before, Su Donglin replied. At this time, Han Yunxi finally relaxed and left with everyone. Although there were many questions that needed to be answered, once they returned to the courtyard, Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang consciously returned to their rooms. His Highness and the Princess were dual cultivating, so they wouldn't be free until tomorrow. Gu didn't leave and followed Han Yunxi and Long Fei to the door. Long Fei wanted to close the door, but he blocked it with one hand. He smiled very innocently. Sleeping so early? I still wanted to find you to drink tea. Are you going to scram or not? Long Fei asked. Of course he knew what Gu wanted to do. Gu stretched his shoulders and lazily said, This prince has eaten too much recently. I can't scram. This prince can help you, Long Fei said as he raised his leg. His kick was guaranteed to send Gu flying to the horizon. Inside the room, Han Yunxi smiled. She walked out and seriously said, Gu, we have something very important to do. If you want to drink tea, come back tomorrow morning. Gu became more and more suspicious. Something very important? More important than the Snow Wolf clan? Han Yunxi was about to explain, but Long Fei grabbed Han Yunxi's waist and sneered evilly, private matters. After he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed the stunned Gu out and closed the door with a "pa" sound. Gu was stunned on the spot. Long Fei's ambiguous and evil smile flashed in his mind. As a man, he couldn't not understand what Long Fei's smile meant. Gu didn't stay for long. He stepped back step by step, gradually leaving the room and retreating into the courtyard. With a light leap, he landed on the stone tea table behind him and sat down cross-legged. It was as though he had turned into a different person. His back was ramrod straight and his expression was somewhat serious. His usual languid and flirtatious demeanor had vanished without a trace. He had always known that Poison Lass and Long Fei didn't share a room. They had been married for many years but had never lived in the same room. Poison Lass had once exposed her chastity mark on Fishery Island. Moreover, Poison Lass wasn't pregnant to this day. In his heart, Poison Lass had always been a lass. When did she and Long Fei start living together? When did Long Fei turn Poison Lass from a lass into a woman? Gu seemed to have lost his 3 souls and 7 spirit. He sat on the stone table in a daze and stared at the door in the distance. He didn't move an inch and was as stubborn as a child. After a while, Gu Beiwe couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. 7th young master Gu Beiwe purposely stood in front of Gu to block his line of sight. Gu finally regained his senses. He glanced at Gu Beiwe and then at the tightly shut door. He asked foolishly, Gu Beiwe, are we still in an illusion? Gu Beiwe sat down on a stone stool and looked up at Gu. No. They're dual cultivating. Gu Beiwe told Gu about the lustbite power. Although he hadn't asked for Long Fei's permission, he was absolutely sure that Long Fei would allow him to say it. Lustbite power. This was the first time Gu had heard of it. It sounds very powerful. If your highness can cultivate to the 3rd stage, you'll be the strongest in the world, Gu Beiwe said. Gu Qishao only laughed coldly. Extremely strong? Can the strongest kill an immortal? These words reminded Gu Beiwe. He became curious. What's the mysterious power that killed the Snow Wolf? Gu's mind was filled with Han Yunxi. How could he be in the mood to think about these things? Even if Long Fei and Han Yunxi were dual cultivating, Long Fei's gaze just now was clearly telling him that Han Yunxi was already his woman. Gu jumped off the table and waved as he walked out. I also have important things to do. See you tomorrow. What important things could he have to do? Ever since he revealed his identity in Medical City, he rarely had insomnia. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep again tonight. It wasn't until Gu's figure disappeared at the entrance of the garden that Gu Beiwe sighed softly and turned to leave. In fact, no one slept that night. After knowing so many secrets and having so many new doubts, who could sleep peacefully? However, there was one person who fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. She slept very soundly. This person was none other than Bailey Mingxiang. Ever since the soldiers in the army kicked up a fuss and asked her to marry His Highness, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. This night she slept until dawn. She slept very soundly and contentedly. Not for anything else, but because His Highness and the princess didn't leave her alone. They both left Flowing Light to ask for her help. The glass maze and the underwater snake were all because of her obsession. In the end, His Highness and the princess broke her obsession. She was only persistent because she was afraid of being disliked. She was so sad that she couldn't return to the pure relationship between master and servant. Fortunately, the princess and His Highness didn't dislike her as much as she imagined. Many times, you didn't have to let go of your obsession. Instead, others could help you let go. Just like Gu, His Highness's roar broke his obsession. The next morning, Bailey Mingxiang woke up the earliest. She wiped the tea table in the courtyard clean, set up the tea set, and boiled water. Then she went to make breakfast. She was busy all morning and didn't rest, but she was still full of energy. After dual cultivating last night, Long Fei and Han Yunxi chatted until very, very late into the night before falling asleep. When Gu came over, Long Fei Yi and Gu had already finished drinking tea and were chatting. Han Yunxi was still sleeping. Gu casually sat down beside Gu Beiwei. He lowered his head and didn't seem to be in good spirit. Long Fei Yi didn't look at him, but he still glanced at Gu from the corner of his eye. He casually poured a cup of tea for him. Gu didn't thank him. He picked it up and drank it. After finishing it, he put down the teacup and said lightly, "I've been looking for the metal of 10,000 poisons and fire of 10,000 poisons, but I haven't found any clues. These two things aren't easy to find." As soon as he said that, Han Yunxi opened the door and came out. "What exactly is the last blood of the four great poisonous blood?" Han Yunxi remembered that when Gu told them the method to break the perplexing butterfly illusion, he mentioned the four great poisonous blood, but didn't mention the last one. A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes, but he still said honestly, "It's the blood of the poisonous Gu human." Although Long Fei Yi had more or less guessed it before, he was still a little surprised to hear Gu say it himself. Han Yunxi didn't find it strange. Instead, she was a little enlightened. Perplexing butterfly illusion could break the poison of the poisonous Gu human, but it needed the poison of the 5 elements and the 4 great poisonous blood. Then, the 5 elements and the 4 great poisonous blood were the catalyst for the antidote. It required the blood of the poisonous Gu human as the catalyst for the antidote. Similar situations were often encountered in the field of detoxification. Obtaining the perplexing butterfly illusion means obtaining the world? What do you mean by that? Han Yunxi asked. This legend has been around since the founding of the Great Qin Empire, and has been passed down to this day. That's why the poison sect's forbidden grounds haven't been peaceful for the past 200 years, Gu Beiwei said. Someone in the poison sect must have leaked the information about the perplexing butterfly illusion. Otherwise, who would know? Gu said.